The great Kyuubi no Kitsune howled to the moon as it felt its chakra slowly being sealed into the baby below. Kyuubi glared down at Minato and Kushina as they smiled at their child as Kyuubi slowly began to vanish. "Damn you both!" Kyuubi hissed out in hate as it disappeared completely. Minato and Kushina both collapsed, feeling their life coming to a direct and painful end. They simply held onto their child and themselves as they felt nothing anymore. Sarutobi and a small armed force arrived to see a crying baby with a seal on its stomach, with both Minato and Kushina smiling. "I was too late," Sarutobi mumbled, looking about the destruction and devastation. "You didn't deserve to die like this, you two." Sarutobi reached forward and grabbed the wailing baby as the other Konoha forces arrived. Sarutobi looked around at the different faces to see an array of emotions: anger, fear, confusion, and then despair. "What happened?" Shikaku asked with a rare trace of anger in his voice. "I thought Kyuubi was sealed in Kushina." Sarutobi never felt more exhausted than he did right now as he gazed down at the tiny child in his arms. Shikaku followed his gaze with his eyes widened in realization as he saw the seal gently fade away. "I need to call an emergency meeting," Sarutobi announced as he began to walk away. But just before he vanished into the cold night, he turned around to see the ninja group mourn over the falling Hokage. "Why did it have to be you, Minato?" With that, Sarutobi vanished into the cold night, leaving behind the grief-stricken men and women. "XXX. Order, order, order!" Sarutobi yelled out to be heard over the council. "I know we are in a crisis dashed." "Crisis?" echoed a calm and calculated voice of Danzo. "You don't believe that to be a little bit of an understatement, Sarutobi. I mean, we've just lost quite a bit of our shinobi forces and our Hokage on top of that." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at Danzo, seeing the gears already turning in the old hawk's head. "What are you suggesting?" Sarutobi questioned with suspicion already in his voice. "The Kyuubi was sealed into Naruto." Danzo gestured to the sleeping baby in the crib. "If you give him to me, I can train him into being the perfect weapon." This brought mixed emotions from the council members. Some were agreeing to it, others were shocked by it, but the angrier members suggested just killing the boy. The council once again erupted into a giant angry debate, this time over the fate of the child. Sarutobi banged his fist against his desk with enough force to crack the surface. Once again, silence covered the chambers. "We will not kill Naruto." Sarutobi glanced at Danzo with a blazing fire in his eyes. "And he will not be turned into a weapon." Danzo's grip on his cane increased until everyone heard an audible cracking sound. "Do you understand, Danzo?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." Danzo dipped his head in a slight bow, but it was barely noticeable. Everyone watched as Danzo turned and left the council room, leaving behind an eerie silence. Outside the room, the only sign of Danzo's anger was his cane, which had a profound crack going down it. "You don't have the nerve to do what is needed to be done, Sarutobi. If I must, I will take matters into my own hands like I've done once before." With that, Danzo turned to the hallway and left. XXX. Two lone figures were jumping from tree to tree, sweat dripping from their bodies, but both wore smiles of excitement. "They don't give up easily, do they, Kinkaku?" Ginkaku looked at his brother, who only grunted while taking a peek behind him to see four figures jumping after them. "You would think they would learn after we killed most of them." Kinkaku gripped the fan in his right hand tightly. "Bashozen, Hai no Maki, banana palm fan coil of fire." Kinkaku stopped on the next branch and turned around while swinging the fan, releasing a blazing wave of intense flames, causing the other figures to disperse. Kinkaku and Ginkaku watched the blaze slowly engulf the forest into an inferno. "This should buy us some time." With that, the two began to jump away again, leaving their pursuers behind the flames. "Where is the nearest village?" Ginkaku questioned with a cocked eyebrow. "Kanahagakure is the closet." "Well, let's hide there for a few seconds." Kinkaku stared at his brother as he began to form hand seals for henge. "Smart thinking, little brother," Kinkaku stated as he began to do the same thing. "With our massive chakra reserves, our transformation are more life-like than what any regular shinobi can produce." Ginkaku smiled a mischievous smirk as he and his brother vanished in a cloud of smoke. Triple X. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose as his unfocused eyes scanned the area around him. Konoha didn't take the fact that Kyubi was still alive and sealed inside a mere baby. Almost everyone started biting for the child's blood, forcing Sarutobi to enact a new law. If someone speaks about the Kyubi to anyone of the younger generation, they would be killed. Sarutobi turned his eyes to the door as he heard footsteps approaching in an almost hurried fashion. What's wrong now? Sarutobi thought as the door swung open, revealing Fugaku Uchiha. You needed to speak to me? Fugaku announced with a calm tone that was only betrayed by the nervous gleam in his onyx eyes. Yes, I did, Sarutobi stated, gesturing to the chair in front of him as he kept his eyes locked on Fugaku's. But before we get to the real issue, how is our wife handling Kushina's death? Fugaku's eyes darkened with a barely contained flame of anger as he turned towards Naruto. She is heartbroken, to say the least, Fugaku commented as he kept his eyes on the sleeping baby. Sarutobi let out a sigh, directing Fugaku's attention back to him. I see you hate the child as well. Sarutobi stood up and turned his back to the Uchiha head. No, Hokage-sama, I don't hate the child, Fugaku proclaimed with his same calm tone. But I just don't see him being able to hold the Kyubi back. I mean, he is just a baby, and a child that pure is easily corrupted. Sarutobi turned his head back to Fugaku as he continued. I'm just wondering if you made the right call to dismiss Danzo's help in training the boy. Fugaku suddenly stiffened as Sarutobi turned his eyes to him, releasing killer intent with it. I stand by my word, was all Sarutobi said as he turned back. We are all tired, Fugaku. Maybe I could ask my question tomorrow, if it isn't too much trouble? Of course, Hokage-sama. With that, Fugaku stood up and bowed before departing the room. Sarutobi turned to the sleeping Naruto with a sad smile. Now, the question becomes where you are going to stay. Naruto gave a big yawn and smiled as he turned over. Triple X. Kinkaku and Ginkaku entered Konoha and were surprised at the amount of destruction. Did we miss something? Kinkaku looked down at his brother, who looked like a merchant with a straw hat. I don't know, but we missed out on the fun. Kinkaku chuckled slightly as they continued through the destroyed village. After using the henge, both Kinkaku and Ginkaku looked like any other merchant, but the only difference is that they both still gave off a small amount of their powerful chakra. They continued their stroll until they saw a group of ANBU heading their direction. We couldn't have been found out. Kinkaku looked at Ginkaku as he gritted his teeth. But the ANBU suddenly turned, revealing the Hokage with a baby in his aged hands. I wonder why a mere baby needs protection. Kinkaku looked around and saw all the glares of hate directed, not at the Hokage, but at the tiny bundle in his hands. Kinkaku and Ginkaku froze in place as they felt the demonic chakra coming off the baby. Looks like Kyubi's got a new host, Ginkaku responded with a dull tone, but couldn't keep the excitement out of his eyes. Kinkaku nodded his head and the two followed the group to an orphanage. Should we go and greet our brother? Kinkaku turned his now glowering red eyes to Ginkaku and smiled. Yeah. Kinkaku made a move to go forward and stopped. But we wait until nightfall, that way we can't be interrupted. Ginkaku smiled and continued to watch Naruto's fading form with fiery gleam in his eyes. Triple X. Sarutobi left the orphanage with a sigh as he thought the owner was not happy, but still took the boy. Sarutobi rubbed his eyes as exhaustion began to creep into his old bones. Sarutobi walked forward only to stop as a flash of demonic chakra caught his attention. But when he looked towards the source, he only saw two smiling merchants looking at him. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes as something as his brain began to scream at him to remember those two. Sarutobi rubbed his eyes once more to focus some more, but when he looked back, the merchants were gone. Who were those two? Sarutobi mumbled this to himself as he began to retreat back to his home, but his mind still came back to those merchants. Triple X. That was close. Kinkaku looked down as his brother looked over the building they jumped on. He nearly remembered us. Yes, but he didn't now, did he? No, but what if he suddenly does? Ginkaku looked at his brother and saw him crack his knuckles. If we could almost kill Tobarama Senju and our own Nidame Reikage, I think we can handle these weaklings. Ginkaku nodded his head and looked down at the orphanage. The building was white and suffered little to no damage from Kyuubi's rampage. The building was surrounded by flowers and had a play area in back for the children. This is going to be easy, Ginkaku chuckled as he stood up. He left no one to guard the little run dash dot. Kinkaku nudged Ginkaku in the side and pointed to the top portion of the roof. Ginkaku was confused for a second until he saw the wit mask reflecting off the brown-tiled roof. So he isn't as dumb as I thought. Kinkaku gave his brother a light tap to the side of the head and disappeared in a burst of speed, with Ginkaku not far behind. XXX. An eerie silence befell the orphanage as a dark shadow crept slowly towards the room that housed Naruto. The door opened slowly, revealing a man with soulless eyes dressed in black clothing. He moved towards the crib that was at the far corner with such silence it looked like he just appeared there. There you are, Naruto. He kept his eyes directed on the boy with no hint of any emotion as he reached towards the boy. The Hokage should have placed more guards. But just as his hand grazed the blanket that covered the boy, he was thrown unceremoniously to the far wall. His head snapped back with a crack, but miraculously he was not killed. Now, what are you doing to our brother? The man looked up and saw two separate shadows, one larger than the other. He gritted his teeth as he stood up and made a move to get out of the window, but ran into the bigger of the two shadows. Sorry, but you need to take the detour. Kinkaku's voice echoed as he dropped his fist on the man's head, causing him to fall at Kinkaku's feet, unconscious. Now let's check on our brother. Ginkaku was already at the crib looking down at the now awake Naruto. Yeah, he is our whisker marks, Ginkaku joked as he smiled down at Naruto with greedy smile. Now, let's see what sort of trouble you dash dot. The moment Ginkaku reached down to pick Naruto up, he jerked his hand out of the crib holding his bleeding hand. He bit me. Kinkaku chuckled as he looked down at the now angry-looking Naruto. He's got fire in his eyes, Kinkaku commented as he reached in. Avoiding Naruto's attempts to bit him, Kinkaku picked Naruto and looked at him as he allowed some of his Kyuubi chakra to flare. Naruto stopped his squirming and looked at Kinkaku, curiosity reflected in his blue eyes. There you go, calm down. Kinkaku turned Naruto around, inspecting every inch of the boy until a giant smile spread across his face. I think we got ourselves a keeper. Ginkaku looked at Naruto, then at Kinkaku with surprise all over his face. That wasn't the plan, Ginkaku whispered as he got closer to his brother. You said we were just going to siphon off some more of Kyuubi's chakra while it was asleep from the ceiling. Kinkaku opened his mouth to speak, but the sound of running footsteps in the hallway stopped him. The door was blasted off its hinges and a group of ANBU emerged through the smoke, looking around the now deserted room. The ANBU wearing the dog mask approached the crib and felt dread at what he saw. Nothing. Alert the Hokage now. The other ANBU snapped, nodded, and vanished, leaving the dog-masked ANBU alone.
I'm sorry, Sensei.
XXX. Kinkaku and Ginkaku jumped from tree to tree, leaving foot indentions at each jump. We are so dead, Ginkaku yelled out as he looked at the child Kinkaku was holding. Why? Did you have to go and steal their Jinchuki? Kinkaku didn't bother to answer, just increased his speed to get away from Konoha. After running in the trees for hours, Kinkaku and Ginkaku stopped to take a breath. And to answer your question, brother, Kinkaku at this point had a very wide grin on his face. If we train little Naruto here to harness Kyuubi's power, then we have just that, more power to do whatever it is we want. Ginkaku's glare slowly turned into one that promised nothing but utter destruction. Do you think he can do that? Oh, I have no doubt. Kinkaku raised Naruto into the air and watched as he giggled. Now, don't disappoint us, Naruto. Naruto simply reached forward and grabbed Kinkaku's nose and squeezed as hard as his tiny hands could, but he did it with a smile on his face. XXX. Sarutobi was furious beyond any sort of reasoning. Not only was Konoha in ruins, but now Naruto was kidnapped. Sarutobi walked into the interrogation building with such killer intent nearly everyone passed out. Ibiki turned just as the door was swung open, revealing the angered Hokage. "Has he said anything?" was the only thing Sarutobi said, but the force behind those words made it clear. He was not in the mood for games. "Sorry, but we have nothing dash dot." Ibiki was cut off when Sarutobi brushed aside him and entered the room that housed only one man. He looked up with not a twinge of fear as Sarutobi stared him down. They stayed like that for what seemed like eternity until in a blink of an eye Sarutobi's fist connected to the man's skull. "What did you do to Naruto?" The man still said nothing, but responded by spitting the blood in his mouth at the Hokage's feet. Sarutobi punched the man in the gut, cracking 2 of his ribs in the process, but still the man remained silent. Sarutobi's anger rose to levels nobody ever wanted to feel again as his glare intensified. Sarutobi raised his fist again as it began to glow with chakra, but the man gave a cough and shook his head. "Stop! For 1 second." Sarutobi never in his life heard a voice like this. It was clear, but almost like a monotone. It was almost the man was dead and was trying to communicate. "Where did you take Dash?" The man chuckled at Sarutobi as he looked up with his soulless eyes. "I did nothing to him," he responded without a hint of pain from his wounds. "I never had a chance to even touch him. If I had, he would be in the hands of someone who would dash dot." He stopped and smiled as he leaned back in his chair, as if he had all the time in the world. "I don't think I should tell you anymore." Sarutobi grabbed the man by his tattered shirt and pulled him forward. "If you don't tell me, I will personally put an end to you." The man chuckled once more as he stared back at Sarutobi. "My life was forfeited the moment I was captured." Sarutobi stared at the shocked as he continued. "I know that I'm going to die, but I choose to go out in my own way." Sarutobi watched as the man's eyes flashed towards the ceiling. Sarutobi looked at the spot and what he saw shocked him. The entire ceiling was slowly dissolving, revealing nothing but explosive tags. "You see, my master is very intent on making sure I don't reveal anything about my mission. So he placed a very powerful genjutsu on this very room, and the tags are set to go off in about 5 seconds. Sarutobi's eyes widened as he turned and already saw Ibiki set off the alarm. Sarutobi ran out of the room himself only to stop when he heard someone whistling the happiest tone he ever heard. Sarutobi turned around and saw the man smile one last time before he was consumed in a fireball. XXX. Konoha erupted into screams of surprise and panic as a side of the interrogation building was blown off. Sarutobi landed on the ground, but didn't look at anyone. He was too busy trying to decipher what had just happened. He was happy, Sarutobi thought out with more confusion mounting up. Whoever that was, he was happy that he didn't give out any information about his mission. Now, one question haunted Sarutobi completely. Where was Naruto? XXX. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were walking through a deserted town that looked like a Jinchuriki went on a rampage here. "We always miss out," Ginkaku pouted, causing Naruto to giggle on his back. "What do you have to laugh at?" Ginkaku yelled at Naruto. But when Ginkaku turned his head to glare at him, he saw a very grumpy-looking baby. Before Ginkaku could utter one more word, Naruto latched onto his face and began to pull his hair and kick with his feet. Ginkaku let out a scream of surprise and began to run around the area while trying to remove the baby from his face. "He's biting my forehead now." Ginkaku began to roll on the ground trying to dislodge the small child, but only for him to grip all the harder. Kinkaku looked down at the two with amusement as he gently pried Naruto off Ginkaku. "Now that is a fighting spirit." Kinkaku paused for a second and smiled even bigger. "Now that you are with us, you need to have the name. How about Ginkaku, Copperhorn?" Ginkaku looked up at his brother with a raised eyebrow as Naruto giggled even more. "So we're changing his name?" "No, but it is what we will call him." Kinkaku placed Naruto on his shoulders. "We'll tell him his true name when things cool down. But for now his name is Ginkaku." Ginkaku nodded his head and turned towards the destroyed town. "This looks like a good place to camp out for a while." Kinkaku looked at Naruto with a curious look in his eyes. "What do you think?" Naruto responded by laughing, causing a small, but very light smile to appear on Kinkaku's face. I thought so. Sarutobi was sitting behind his desk with a distressed expression as he looked out towards the streets of Konoha. It has been over 6 years since Naruto's kidnapping, and no matter how far or wide they searched, they could not find a single trace of the Uzumaki. After the incident, the council was divided in two. One side saying that they must continue the search. The other suggested placing Naruto's name in a bingo book. The reason for the bingo book addition was because he contained the Kyuubi, and if he was trained against Konoha, he could become a problem. Sarutobi sided with the side pushing to continue the search, causing the other side to boil with anger. Sarutobi turned his dull eyes towards the door just as it opened to reveal Fugaku Uchiha. You wish to speak to me? Fugaku claimed in a leveled voice as he stared at Sarutobi. Yes, I did. Sarutobi leaned back into his chair and sighed. Tell me, what do you think of Naruto's situation? I don't understand dash. Sarutobi raised his hand to quiet Fugaku and smiled at him. I'm asking what you would have done. Fugaku sat in silence for a few seconds, choosing his words carefully. I would search for Naruto, was the subtle reply that made Sarutobi release the breath he was holding. But if I couldn't find him, I would have no choice but to place him in the book. Sarutobi continued to look outside as Fugaku looked on with puzzlement in his eyes. You want to ask me something else? Sarutobi turned his aging eyes to Fugaku with a considering gaze in them. No, that is all, Sarutobi announced as he gently dismissed the Uchiha head. Have a good night, Fugaku. Fugaku bowed his head and left, leaving Sarutobi to ponder his thoughts alone. Fugaku, I wish there was some other way, but this is the only solution. Sarutobi turned his gaze to the darkened sky to see a lone figure silhouetted by the moon.
I'm sorry, Itachi.
With that, the figure vanished in a whirlwind of leaves. XXX. Naruto ran around a tree as Ginkaku chased after him. Get back here. Ginkaku was waving around a flat sword menacingly. I'm going to skin you alive. Naruto was smiling from ear to ear as he ran from the tree to a nearby building that was missing its roof. Naruto just got under a table when the door was violently blasted apart, revealing a very demonic-looking Ginkaku. Where are you, Ginkaku? Ginkaku had the sword hidden behind his back as he looked around with an innocent look on his face. I was just playing around, I would never hurt my baby brother. Naruto stifled a giggle as Ginkaku continued his manhunt. Ginkaku turned his back to the table Naruto was hiding under, allowing Naruto to slip past. Ginkaku's ears twitched as Naruto stepped on a branch outside. I have you now, runt. Naruto sprinted away from Ginkaku, who was gaining speed on the blonde. Naruto at this point was panicking as his brother was about 4 feet away from him. Naruto turned to Ginkaku only to smack into a large object that didn't budge. What's going on here? Naruto looked up and smiled at Kinkaku, who continued to survey his brothers. Ginkaku smiled triumphantly as he lifted Naruto by his shirt's collar. Now, what am I dash? Ginkaku was interrupted when Kinkaku smacked him in the back of the head. Ginkaku fell to the ground with a dazed look as Naruto took the opportunity to hide behind his bigger brother. He was trying to hurt me? Naruto pouted, pointing to the sword lying on the ground. And I did nothing wrong to him. Kinkaku looked at Naruto with a mischievous glint in his eyes as a small smile broke out on his face. Ginkaku, I know better than to believe that. Naruto's response was sticking out his tongue and running away, but Kinkaku had already anticipated this and grabbed his shirt. Naruto went to remove the garment only for Kinkaku to pick him up and sling him over his shoulder with ease. Kinkaku looked at Ginkaku to see him shaking his head to remove effects of Kinkaku's smack. You hit me? Was all Ginkaku said as he turned to Kinkaku and watched him smile even bigger and walk away with a squirming Naruto. You gave me a headache, was Kinkaku's response, awarding him with a growl from his brother. Kinkaku continued to walk with Naruto slung over his shoulder until they reached a small building that was, for the most part, was intact. Kinkaku laid Naruto on the steps, but Naruto made a move to bolt from his brothers only to get caught once more. Now, Ginkaku, what did you do this time? Naruto turned and wore a smile that resembled a fox in the act of trickery. I just thought he would like some fish. Kinkaku's face showed confusion as he turned to see a very angry Ginkaku. In short, he put a live fish in my pants. Kinkaku coughed to hide the chuckle that escaped him, but it still earned him a glare from his brother. It's not funny. Kinkaku couldn't contain himself anymore and let out a roar of laughter. Naruto soon joined in, leaving Ginkaku to look at his brothers with a defeated look in his eyes. You have to admit it was clever. Kinkaku finally managed to utter the words through the laughter. Ginkaku opened his mouth to respond, but closed it with a considering reflecting in his eyes. Kinkaku turned to Naruto and held out his hand to help Naruto up as he ushered him to the building. Time for bed, Dukaku. Naruto looked at Ginkaku, who only glared at his brother with a promise of revenge. All right, Kinkaku. Naruto looked back at Ginkaku and smiled. Good night, Ginkaku. Ginkaku only smiled, but this smile was a small one that promised pain. Naruto collapsed on his makeshift bed and watched as Kinkaku closed the door, and his eyes closed soon after. Triple X. You have to calm down. Naruto let out a roar of pure fury as he glared at the two remaining Kumonins. I will destroy you. Naruto growled out as red chakra began to dance around his body like a raging inferno. You made the biggest mistake messing with my friends. Naruto pushed off the ground and vanished in a blur of speed. Naruto reappeared in front of the two Nins with a chakra claw already descending upon them. The last thing Naruto heard was a girl letting out a scream. Triple X. Naruto jerked upwards with sweat pouring down his back, only to see that he was in water. Where am I? Naruto mumbled as he scanned the area with worry in his eyes. Ginkaku, I'm sorry, but this isn't funny. Naruto listened in the hopes of hearing Ginkaku laughing, but heard nothing except for the sound of groaning pipes. Naruto stood up and began to walk down the dark tunnel, hoping to find a way out. Naruto's began to lose all hope as he continued down the endless corridor, but just as he was about to give up, he saw a very faint light. Naruto smiled as he took off towards the light with a single-minded determination, but as he got closer, Naruto noticed the light wasn't from the sun. The light was red and it felt cold and filled with anger and rage. Naruto continued onward only to find himself standing in front of a giant cage with the kanji for seal on it. Naruto stopped about 4 feet away from the cage's bars and narrowed his eyes to see a giant shape moving. Children should learn to curb their curiosity. Naruto jumped back at the sound of the voice and looked around for the source, but could only see the cage. So you are my new Jinchuriki. Come here and let me see you better. Naruto only shook his head and stayed as far back as he could from the cage. Suddenly, a lone red eye gleamed through the darkness and looked at Naruto with hatred. Clever boy. You could be interesting to play around with. This ignited a spark of anger in Naruto as he glared at the fox in front of him. I don't care who you are, but you will not make a fool out of me. Kyuubi stopped and continued to look at Naruto, this time with curiosity. The two stood like this for what seemed like hours until the ground began to rumble. Naruto looked around with a slight twinge of fear on his face, but realized that what he was hearing was laughter. Naruto turned back to Kyuubi to see that he was the cause of the rumbling. Yet just as Naruto was about to speak, the ground stopped rumbling. You have quite the mouth on you, Naruto. Kyuubi watched as this brought a look of confusion on his face, causing another burst of laughter to erupt from the great Bijou. Oh, that's right. They haven't told you yet, have they? Who hasn't? I suggest you ask your brothers that question. Naruto was about to question the beast further when a wave of water suddenly smashed into him, carrying him back into the endless tunnels, leaving Naruto with a glimpse of Kyuubi's smile. Naruto opened his eyes again to find himself staring up at his ceiling, but just as he tried to get up, the door opened and revealed both Ginkaku and Kinkaku. Dukaku, are you okay? Kinkaku had a look of worry on his face as he approached Naruto. We heard you talking in your sleep. Naruto looked at the ground as the voice he heard replayed itself over and over again, until Naruto couldn't take it. Naruto. This was all Naruto needed to say as Ginkaku and Kinkaku swallowed hard. Who is Naruto? Kinkaku and Ginkaku shared a look and nodded to each other. Who told you that name? Kinkaku's voice was leveled, but his eyes betrayed his anxiety. I'm not angry, it's just that we didn't plan on you learning that name yet. He was a giant fox. Kinkaku and Ginkaku both cursed, causing Naruto to look at them with a smile on his face. I guess it was just a dream. No, it wasn't. Ginkaku looked at his brother to see a small glare. He is going to learn sooner or later. Learn what? Your original name is Naruto Uzumaki? Kinkaku looked at the ground as he leaned against a post. We found you about to be taken by some strange man to do who knows what. We learned about your name when Konoha began to send people out to look for you. Naruto looked at the ground with a look of betrayal on his face as his brother continued. You have to understand something, Naruto, Ginkaku and I had to do what we did. You are known as a Jinchuriki, that is a title giving to people who have one of the 9 bijou sealed in them. Naruto looked back up at Kinkaku with some tears in his eyes as he tried to hold his sadness back. That means you were never my real brothers. Ginkaku looked away as Kinkaku held Naruto's stare. Naruto felt trapped, feeling more alone than he has ever felt before as he looked at the two he called brothers. Naruto, we are you brothers? Kinkaku smiled at Naruto as he sat on Naruto's bed with a sigh. But you have to understand that Jinchuriki are treated like garbage, no, worse than garbage. If we hadn't done what we did, you would have grown up alone and mistreated for a long time, maybe even forever. Naruto couldn't hold back his tears any longer and soon was crying as Kinkaku wrapped his arm around Naruto, bringing him into a comforting hug. Kinkaku looked up at Ginkaku and nodded towards the door. Nodding, Ginkaku left the two alone as Kinkaku slowly rocked Naruto back and forth. Soon Naruto cried himself back to sleep, allowing Kinkaku to slip out without disturbing him. We're getting too deep, bro. Kinkaku turned and saw Ginkaku leaning against the wall with a vague look. Oh, how so? Kinkaku smiled as his brother growled at him. Don't play games. Ginkaku got off the wall and stood face to face with his brother. You said we weren't going to get attached to this kid. But look at what's happening. We are playing with him. We are comforting him when he gets hurt, and we are escorting him around to make sure he is safe. I guess we're just too soft, was Kinkaku's response, as he walked towards a tree with Ginkaku right behind him. But that doesn't stop the fact we need to train him in using Kyuubi's chakra. Ginkaku nodded his head and looked back at the building housing their adoptive brother. Ginkaku smiled at the memories of the first time they put Naruto into that very home. Naruto had managed to find a way into a nearby cabinet, and when Ginkaku passed it by, he lunged and bit him in the shin. Ginkaku liked Naruto even if he did try and cause some amount of discomfort to him. I guess we did become soft. Kinkaku smiled at Ginkaku as they both looked towards the sky to see it was glowing orange. Triple X. Lightning arched through the air, smacking into a mountain face, leaving a burnt crater where it hit. The sky howled in a chorus of rage as everything ducked for cover, except for a lone figure standing on a mountain peak. The man himself looked like he was a part of the mountain as he scanned the area. He was a tall, well-built, dark-skinned man wearing a white cloak that flapped in the wind and rain. He stayed completely still as if he was a sentinel watching his home. His ear twitched as he heard someone heading towards him. He turned to see a dark-skinned woman appear before him with a small smile on her face. She had green eyes with light gray hair pulled back into a bun with 2 bangs that fell on either side of her face. She wore formal attire, consisting of a long-sleeved, high-collared dress shirt and skirt. Mabui! The man's voice boomed across the barren landscape, but a sly smile appeared on his face. I take it you have good news for me. Yes, I do, Raikage-sama. Mabui bowed her head in respect as she kept her eyes leveled with the giant. We found where Kinkaku and Ginkaku are hiding out. He clenched his fist as electricity was sent up his entire body, conducting the lightning strikes to him. They are hiding in a destroyed town on the border of Hai no Kuni. He nodded his head as a cruel smile spread across his face. I think a reunion is in order. He looked at Mabui, receiving the same smile in return. What do you think? I'll have them organized immediately. He watched as she vanished before returning to his statue-like visage. Soon Kumo will be able to wipe this horrible stain from our history. He let loose a laugh that sounded like the boom of thunder. Triple X. The moment Naruto woke up, Ginkaku was on guard as Naruto went around laying traps for his brother. Kinkaku actually had to help his brother down from a tree, because Naruto managed to lay down a snag to wrap around his leg and hoist him up the tree in a second. The other one was a bucket full of water and crabs, causing a scream that could have been heard all the way to Konoha. Another time Ginkaku caught what he thought was Naruto, but was instead a bee's nest with Naruto's clothing on it. They still didn't understand how he did that one. Ginkaku was now sitting across from his nemesis, both glaring daggers at each other. Kinkaku looked between his brothers and couldn't help but chuckle. Ginkaku turned his head to Kinkaku, but that was all Naruto needed. Ginkaku turned his head back in time to see a small round ball on his plate. What the dash? Ginkaku's eyes widened as the ball began to smoke. Oh, shit! He tried to get away, but the ball exploded in a cloud of red smoke. Ginkaku emerged from the smoke coughing and eyes watering. Kinkaku was already a safe distance away, watching Naruto slink away with a grin on his face. A pepper bomb! Kinkaku shook his head at his younger brother's antics. He needs to ease up on Ginkaku a little. Kinkaku turned to Ginkaku to see he was already getting better, but was radiating a fierce killer intent. Kinkaku began to approach Ginkaku only for a glare to be directed at him. Ginkaku began to scan the area until a wide smile ran across his face. Naruto was happy with his latest prank on his brother. He was so excited he didn't see the shadow above him. Naruto was slammed to the ground, causing all the air to escape from him. Okay, you got me, Ginkaku. Naruto looked up, and the person he saw was not his brother. This man wore a flak jacket with a tattoo that reminded Naruto of fire. He had black hair with a medium build and cold green eyes. The man smiled at Naruto with a cold demeanor around him. So you know Ginkaku? The man took out a kunai and held it to Naruto's throat, drawing a little blood. You are going to be very useful then. The man went to pick Naruto up when a spike of killer intent was sent soaring. The man began to shake uncontrollable as he turned around only to get kicked from the other direction. He was sent through 2 trees only to stop on another. He looked up to see a fist connect with his stomach, making a bone-cracking snap echo through the woods. He leaned forward, coughing up blood, only for an elbow to be delivered to his neck. The man landed on the ground with a pained grunt as blood gently leaked from the corner of his mouth. His attacker picked the broken man up only to find him staring at the demonic eyes of Ginkaku. He opened his mouth to speak only for a growl to escape Ginkaku as he violently threw the man to another tree headfirst. Ginkaku was awarded by his neck snapping from the impact. Ginkaku watched the body fall to the ground, giving one final growl. He turned to Naruto only to find him next to a tree shaking. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto looked at Ginkaku to see he didn't have those demonic eyes of his, but was looking at Naruto with worry. Ginkaku reached toward Naruto only for the snapping of branches to cause Naruto to jump towards his brother, while he turned to the noise with anger reflected in his eyes. What's going on here? Kinkaku's voice rang through the brush. Kinkaku came into full view with an angry scowl on his face as he took in the scene around him. He looked towards the dead shinobi and walked towards him. Kinkaku quickly kicked his body over only to growl in response. Ginkaku, we're leaving now. Kinkaku turned and began to walk away from the scene, causing confusion from the two. Ginkaku looked back at his dead prey and saw 2 things that caused his heart to stop. 1 was the Kumogakure headband, and 2 was the golden horns tattooed to the man's jacket. Naruto, we have to go, okay? Ginkaku looked down at the shaking boy and picked him up, causing Naruto to grip Ginkaku tighter. Ginkaku ran after his brother as he pulled a small orb out of his pocket. Naruto, can you do me a favor? Ginkaku waited for Naruto to nod his head before continuing. Could you look up? Confused by his brother's request, Naruto looked up only for tomato juice to be poured on his face. Naruto let out a yelp of surprise and wiped the juice from his face as his brother laughed. That's only just the beginning of my revenge, little runt. Naruto looked up at Ginkaku and saw he was still smiling, causing Naruto to smile as well. Ginkaku waited until Naruto passed out before dropping the smile completely and adopted something close to a tiger about to tear someone apart. You saw the symbol too. Kinkaku looked back at Ginkaku with a frown on his face. That means not only did they find us, but they are serious about getting rid of us. The Kinkaku Butai, Golden Horn Force. Ginkaku had a dazed look in his eyes as he began to remember Kinkaku's and his time in that very organization. This won't be easy, brother. Kinkaku nodded his head and kept running through the trees looking out for any slight movement that might betray an ambush. Kinkaku kept his movements precise, taking extreme care not to break anything as he tried to get his brothers out of the danger zone. Ginkaku kept his eyes forward, never noticing the large shadow above him. Ginkaku let out a grunt of pain as a large object was dropped on him. Ginkaku released his grip on Naruto by accident, allowing the concealed individuals a chance. Ginkaku crashed into the forest floor, looking up to see a struggling Naruto in the hands of the other members of the Kinkaku Butai. Dukaku! Kinkaku screamed out, but stopped when a kunai was placed against the boy's neck. Now that is better, the scared man announced with a calm tone. He was an extremely well-built man with scars running down his entire body. He had uncaring black eyes with white hair framing the sides of his face. Now that everyone is here, we can begin. The man nodded to the other 3 members of his team and they jumped to action. You remember me? Don't you, Kinkaku? Kinkaku growled his response as a chakra sealing tag was placed on him and Ginkaku. Well, if you don't let me remind you. The man unstrapped his flak jacket, taking great care not to let Naruto go. Kinkaku's eyes widened as he saw a giant scar that resembled something that was spun around and around. Taken, lightning attack. Memories began to flood Kinkaku's mind as images of him standing over Taken's broken and destroyed form appeared. You survived that night. Taken smiled at the look of disbelief on Kinkaku's face as he and Ginkaku were tied up. The other members smiled and nodded towards their leader, receiving a nod in return. Taken looked down at Naruto with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Yes, I did. Kinkaku watched in his horror as the kunai was plunged deep into Naruto's gut. Taken watched the boy gasp in pain as he was pushed out of the tree. But your brother won't be so lucky. Kinkaku struggled against his bonds as Naruto's prone form hit the ground on his back. I'll kill you. Ginkaku was almost foaming out of the mouth in rage, but Taken simply waved him off. Taken jumped off the tree and landed in front of Kinkaku with a small but dangerous smile. Kinkaku growled at him, but received a vicious punch to his gut for his response. Now, there is no need for that. He is just a child. The response surprised Taken as he looked at Kinkaku with a calculating look. Please, just heal him and we won't fight back. Taken looked about the scenery as if contemplating Kinkaku's words, but simply delivered another chakra-laced punch to his stomach. I don't care. Taken grabbed Kinkaku's head and had him look directly into his eyes. We already have you restrained. Why would I agree to such a stupid request? Taken shoved Kinkaku's head back, but just as he was about to order the rest of the Kinkaku Butai to move out, he froze. Taken looked back at Naruto's body to see the boy on his feet, kunai still in his gut. Taken watched in horror as a blazing red chakra began to surge out of Naruto, scorching the ground as it grew. This chakra... It's not possible. Naruto jerked his head up, revealing red pupils with silted eyes. Naruto gritted his teeth as he let loose a roar that shook the very trees before charging towards the object of his anger. Taken. Taken jumped back, trying to avoid the deadly chakra-powered punches Naruto was delivering. Naruto's eyes burned with rage so intense that Taken was surprised he didn't catch fire. Kinkaku and Ginkaku looked at one another as the other members of the Kinkaku Butai watched on in fear. The 2 brothers nodded their heads at one another and spun in place. The Kinkaku Butai looked back at their captives, only to be sent flying from Kinkaku or Ginkaku kicking them in the face. The brothers stopped spinning and placed their backs to one another and undid their binds. What's wrong with him? Ginkaku gestured to the almost rabid-looking Naruto. I guess Kyuubi decided to rear his head. Kinkaku offered as he took a step towards Naruto, only to be stopped by a kunai landing at his feet. But it seems we have guests to entertain first. Kinkaku and Ginkaku turned to see the members they had just knocked down stand back up. Naruto snarled at Taken as he punched the boy in the face only for him to land on his feet. Naruto looked down and grabbed the kunai that was still wedged into his gut and growled as he yanked it out. Taken narrowed his eyes as the wound slowly began to close with stream coming out of it like it was being burned closed. Naruto threw the kunai at Taken's head with deadly accuracy. Taken quickly threw his head backwards to avoid the weapon receiving a small cut on his forehead. Taken looked back at Naruto only to see a glowing red fist connect with his face. Taken slammed against a tree with enough force to crack it in two. Damn it! Taken thought with pain coursing through his body. I never thought we would have to fight the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Kitsune. Taken tried to stand, only for Naruto to ram his shoulder into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Taken was shoved against another tree as Naruto growled in anger. Naruto jumped into the air and kicked forward with both of his legs catching the Kumo-nin in the chest. Taken coughed up some blood as he felt something crack. Enough! Taken waited for the wild boy to close the distance between them before acting. Naruto's eyes widened as lightning ripped through his body, sending him flying backwards. Naruto hit the ground and released a grunt of pain, but was quickly on his feet again. Taken watched in slight horror as the red chakra began to form around the boy until it resembled a fox with a single tail. Kinkaku delivered a bone-cracking punch to his opponent's face just as he felt the spike in demonic chakra. Kinkaku turned to Naruto and watched with a mixture of awe and fear. Kyuubi's chakra whirled around Naruto like a cyclone of fire, burning anything it touched. This is getting bad. Kinkaku turned to his equally fearful brother, receiving a nod as he dropped the body of the Kinkaku Butai member. Let's go help our little brother out. Naruto growled at Taken as he slowly backed away from the demonic boy. Lightning began to dance all along his arms as he narrowed his eyes. You are just full of surprises, Taken commented with a dry voice, as if he hadn't had anything to drink in days. But that won't save you from them. Naruto roared with enough force to cause the ground to shake, nearly causing Taken to fall. Taken regained his footing and looked up to see a hand encased in chakra enter his field of vision. Taken jerked his head backwards and watched the clawed hand soar above him. Taken jumped away from Naruto only to smack into Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Going somewhere, Taken? Kinkaku smiled at the man in front of him. Because you caused this mess, now you have to clean it up. Taken cast one look at the last members of the Kinkaku Butai and saw two members slowly getting to their feet. Taken smiled at them and gave them a hand signal, causing them to nod with grief on their faces. Kinkaku turned to the fleeing members and was about to give chase, but stopped when he felt someone grab his arm. He turned back to see a grinning Taken glowing with electricity. I'm going to die, Taken announced with a clam voice, but I can ensure that they get back to Kumo with this. Ginkaku's eyes widened as he realized what Taken was planning. Ginkaku made a move to remove Taken from Kinkaku, but someone else beat him to it. Taken smiled as he felt his chakra finish building up, but he quickly felt an intense pain soar through his body. He looked down at his right arm to find it not there anymore, but instead found it in the hands of Naruto. Naruto growled one last time before taking the arm and smacked Taken in the face with it. Taken skidded across the ground as Naruto leaped at him, ready to kill the man, but Taken just smiled. Naruto's punch went straight through his chest. Taken began to glow bright blue, signaling the end of his plan. Naruto, run! Naruto's eyes narrowed as Taken exploded into an electrical storm that expanded outwards, turning everything it touched to ash. Kinkaku and Ginkaku both jumped backwards as the storm kept coming towards them. The two ended up with their backs against a house 40 feet away from the central explosion, only for the orb of lightning to stop an inch away from their noses. Kinkaku and Ginkaku breathed a sigh of relief as they gently tore their chakra sealing tags off of their bodies. Is Naruto okay? Ginkaku's shaken voice getting a worried look from his brother. I mean, that was a large amount of chakra released. Ginkaku's worry was soon put to ease when the dust settled, revealing a lone, blazing form in the smoke. Ginkaku and Kinkaku took one step towards the figure only for a soul-shattering roar to tear through the sky. Naruto lowered his body to the ground as another tail slowly began to form. He's already trying for an escape, Kinkaku growled as he pulled out 2 scrolls from his pockets. Brother, it's time we help our brother tame a beast. Naruto's eyes twitched as he whirled around to glare at his brothers with death reflected in his red eyes. Kinkaku handed one of the scrolls to Ginkaku, who took it without a word. They both slowly began to circle Naruto in opposite directions, unraveling the scrolls as they went. Naruto continued his growling as he watched the two with suspicion layered deep in his eyes. Now, Naruto, this is going to help you. Naruto growled even harder as Kinkaku and Ginkaku reached each other once again. Okay. Naruto released a roar as his second tail formed and went for his brothers in a blinding fury. I thought you wouldn't agree. The two brothers connected their scrolls, creating a veil of light to erupt from the scrolls. Naruto's arm outstretched towards Kinkaku's face, only to be stopped by a tendril of chakra. Naruto growled in fury as more of the tendrils of light emerged from the veil and held the Jinchuriki down. What now, brother? Ginkaku gestured towards the fleeing forms of the Kinkaku Butai and then to Naruto. Do we leave him here for a second, or do we let them go back to Kumo? Kinkaku growled his own type of fury as he looked between Naruto and the fleeing Kumo shinobi. Kinkaku's shoulders slumped as he made his decision as his head rose, showing his resolve. Ginkaku smiled as he realized what Kinkaku's decision was. All right, let's make this fox heal for us. Kinkaku smirked at his brother's words as their own Kyuubi's chakra began to flow over their bodies. The two brothers extended their arms and allowed the red chakra to creep towards Naruto's restrained form. Suddenly, Naruto's form went limp just as Kinkaku and Ginkaku's bodies fell to the ground. Triple X. Kinkaku and Ginkaku looked around the damp sewer with curiosity as they followed the trail of red light towards its source. When they entered the chamber, they were surprised to see Kyuubi already grinning at them. Kinkaku and Ginkaku both walked towards the beast without a hint of fear in them. This brought a chuckle to Kyuubi as the two stopped in front of its cage. So the thieves wish to fight me? Kyuubi chuckled darkly. And what do you think you can accomplish by fighting me? Kyuubi's gleaming eye scanned the brothers in front of him until his grin grew. Oh, I see. You think by defeating me Naruto can control my chakra. Kyuubi let out a roar of laughter that shook the foundation of the sewer. That is nothing but a false dream. You couldn't defeat me before, so what makes you think you'll defeat me now? Kinkaku chuckled at Kyuubi, causing the beast to glare down at the man. We're not here to defeat you, Kinkaku stated silently as he moved towards the cage a little more. We know how Jinchuriki control their bijou. First, they conquer their darkness, but currently Naruto doesn't have any. So that leaves step number 2. The Jinchuriki has to separate the bijou from its chakra so that he doesn't get influenced by its will. Kyuubi's eyes widened as it realized what Kinkaku had planned. Kinkaku reached towards the seal, but he was stopped a mere centimeter from it. Kinkaku looked at his arm to see someone else's hand on it. Kinkaku looked at the man only to see a grown-up version of Naruto standing in front of him. Kinkaku narrowed his eyes and realized who the man standing in front of him actually was. Minato Nami Desh. Kinkaku was cut off by Minato delivering a brutally kick to his midsection, sending him skidding across the ground. Minato landed in front of the two brothers with a three-pronged kunai in his hand. I can't allow you to rip off the seal. Minato brought his kunai up into a defensive stance. I'll make sure you don't succeed in your plans to use my son. Kinkaku and Ginkaku shared a startled look as they turned back to Minato. Kinkaku regained his footing and stood up, towering over Minato. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, a chain of chakra wrapped around him and his brother, slamming them both together. They both looked towards the source to see an angry-looking female with fiery red hair. The two brothers shook with some fear as they recognized the features of Kushina Uzumaki. You will not harm my son. Kushina growled this out with each word as the chain tightened around the brothers. Understand. Ginkaku felt the wind being squeezed out of his body, causing him to inhale loudly. Kinkaku looked at his brother with worry in his eyes as he looked at the two people he didn't want to meet. Kinkaku's mind began to whirl as he tried to think a way out of the situation they were in before it was too late. The technique they used created a bridge so they could enter Naruto's mind, but there was two problems with using this. One, if they got killed, their minds would shatter from the force, and two, it required a large amount of chakra to use. Kinkaku's eyes flashed crimson as he felt his Kyuubi chakra flare up. Look, we are running out of time. Kushina and Minato shared a confused look, but neither let down their guard. What are you talking about? Kushina questioned as she narrowed her eyes at Kinkaku, but received her answer from Ginkaku. Naruto is currently in his second-tailed state. Ginkaku breathed out as he felt himself being pushed against Kinkaku more. If we don't hurry, our chakra holding us here will dissipate and Naruto will go on a rampage. Minato's blue eyes turned ice-cold as he walked towards Ginkaku. If you don't allow us to help him, then a lot of people are going to end up dead. Ginkaku was now staring directly into the eyes of Minato as he finished his speech, including Naruto. Kushina made an almost fox-like snarl as she tightened the chains, even more choking off the oxygen to Ginkaku. Kinkaku turned around, but stopped when he heard the chuckle. The group turned towards the cage that held Kyuubi and saw the great beast with a sickening gleam in its eyes. Kushina loosened her chakra chains enough to allow Ginkaku to breathe once more, but also allowed Kinkaku to free his arms. Kushina looked back down just in time to see her chains blasted to pieces by a sudden and violent release of chakra. Kinkaku turned towards Kushina as his chakra cloak slowly formed three tails. We are not here to hurt Naruto. Minato simply dropped into a defensive stance as he glared at the man in front of him. Why should we trust you? Kinkaku looked between Kushina and Minato, then back towards Kyuubi. You tried to end the life of one of our Hokage. Kinkaku breathed a sigh as he let his Kyuubi chakra go. Kinkaku picked his brother up as he turned back to the two. Because we care about Naruto, Kinkaku proclaimed with a smile. We may be willing to betray anyone to get to the grand prize, but we watch out for our own. Kushina's eyes softened a little, but that didn't mean she was trusting Kinkaku. At first we saw Naruto as a way to keep our own skin safe, but the little twerp, even though he puts Ginkaku through hell, has grown on us. That was when Kinkaku's eyes turned hard and cold as he glared at the two in front of him. That is why we are putting our life on the line so he can control this beast's chakra. If we can pull the chakra away from Kyuubi, then it will be all the easier for Naruto to control it. Kinkaku turned to Kushina, who looked away quickly, causing Minato to look at her in worry. You know what it's like to live with this beast. You have a chance to make Naruto's life easier if you'll help us. Kinkaku offered his hand, getting mixed looks from everyone. Minato stood up and walked towards the man and grabbed his hand in a flash. Kinkaku smiled even as he felt the seal slithering up his arm. If you try anything funny. I understand. Kinkaku pulled his thumb across his neck and made it droop to one side. I'm a dead man. Minato nodded his head and turned to Kyuubi's cage. Minato walked towards the beast, getting a growl in response. Minato reached forward until his fingertips touched the cage bars and turned towards the three people standing behind him. Let's get this over with. With that, Minato and the others vanished in a flash of white light. XXX. Naruto opened his eyes and took in his surroundings, noticing that everything was brighter than it should be. He continued to look around until he stopped on something that made his heart slam straight into his throat. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were both laying with their backs to a crater covered in blood and gash marks. Naruto stood up only to find himself standing in a crater and covered in blood, but found no wounds on his body that it could have came from. Naruto climbed out of the small crater and crawled towards Kinkaku and Ginkaku's prone forms with fear in his eyes. As Naruto got closer, he breathed a sigh of relief seeing his brothers breathing. Naruto reached forward and gentle touched Kinkaku only for him to groan in pain. Are you guys okay? Kinkaku and Ginkaku opened their eyes and stared up at a worried Naruto and managed to work up a small smile. Yeah, the two said in unison. We're just a little banged up from that fight. Naruto continued to fret over his wounded brothers as he set out to find any bandages to cover their wounds. Once Naruto was out of earshot, both the brothers dropped their smiles. Kinkaku looked down at the large gash on his arm and chuckled as he tried to sit up. That was the most painful fight I think we've ever had. Ginkaku nodded his head as he stood up on shaking legs. The fight with Kyuubi didn't go all according to plan. The brothers along with Minato and Kushina finally subdued the beast, but only after a sacrifice. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's Kyuubi chakra was used as a focus point to draw out the great beast's power, but in response their Kyuubi chakra is slowly being drained from their bodies. Ginkaku looked up in time to see Naruto coming back holding as many bandages he could carry. But the question is, Kinkaku, was it worth it? Kinkaku didn't have a response as the two resigned themselves to being bandaged by their adoptive brother, but neither one of them noticed the dark form slowly meld in the dark trees. XXX. Sarutobi sat in the council room listening to the latest news on Naruto's whereabouts. Things didn't look good for the blonde Jinchuriki. The council was once again in an uproar about whether to place the boy in a bingo book or not. "We need to act now," Danzo roared out as he glared at Sarutobi. "Your blind devotion that we can find him is going to be the end of us." Sarutobi's eyes flashed with a dangerous fire in them, causing nearly everyone to cringe in fear. Over the course of Naruto's absence, Danzo has grown more and more impatient with Sarutobi's peaceful way of going about things. The two were now seen most often fighting over almost anything. "You're crossing a very dangerous line, Danzo," Sarutobi warned with a voice that bordered on threatening. "I know perfectly what I'm risking by not putting Naruto in our bingo book dash." Danzo finally had enough and slammed his cane on the ground with enough force to create a crack. "So you'll risk the entire village for one child?" Sarutobi stood up and opened his mouth to protest, but stopped as he took in the entire council. Sarutobi let out a sigh as he took his seat once more. "I'm not risking the entire village for just a child," Danzo scoffed as he began to knead his cane into the crack. "Yes, we all know that he is Minato's child," Danzo stated with no emotion in his voice. "But sacrifices are what help create a village. Think about that, Sarutobi." With that, Danzo stood up and left with several other council members. Sarutobi let out a sigh of exhaustion as he dismissed the remaining members of the council, but became aware of someone looking over at him. He looked over and saw one of the only surviving members of the Uchiha clan. Mikoto Uchiha smiled at Sarutobi with a gentle look in her eyes. After the Uchiha massacre, Itachi reported to Sarutobi and expressed his distress at not being able to kill Sasuke. Sarutobi knew there was more for Itachi to say, so after much prying, he found out what he was hiding. Itachi, in an attempt to make Sasuke stronger and keep him on the right path, spared his mom, but left her in a critical condition. Itachi then made Sarutobi promise not to allow any harm to befall his family before departing the village he loved. Mikoto gently stood up with as much grace as she could, but couldn't keep the slight limp from her step. "A bad day just keeps getting worse." Sarutobi nodded and just shook his head. "But you're going to do it, aren't you?" Sarutobi looked up at the Uchiha and cringed from the look of sadness in her eyes. Mikoto, in order to honor her fallen friend, was one of the main supporters of finding Naruto. Sarutobi was also in that category, but they both knew it was just a matter of time.
I'm sorry, Mikoto.
Mikoto smiled at Sarutobi, but couldn't keep the tears from her eyes. "I understand." Mikoto turned away from Sarutobi and walked down the aisle of empty seats. "But it's just hard, you know." Sarutobi looked back at the Uchiha woman, who was sporting a smile that brought a certain red-haired woman to Sarutobi's mind. "I lose my best friend. Then her son is kidnapped, and finally my son is forced to leave because of something his clan was planning. It's just a lot to take in." The tears kept falling no matter what Mikoto did to stall them. Sarutobi stood and strolled across the room, and before Mikoto knew it, she was in a hug. She looked up to see tears shining in Sarutobi's eyes as well. "It'll be okay, Mikoto," Sarutobi stated with sincerity in his voice. "I'm sure everything will work out. Now go home and get some rest." Mikoto nodded her head and walked out, leaving behind a very conflicted Sarutobi. Sarutobi walked out of the council room as he made his way to his office. "Please, forgive me, but this is for the best." XXX. For weeks later, Naruto was sitting on Ginkaku's shoulders as the two ate their respective meals. After the battle with Kyuubi, Ginkaku and Kinkaku noticed changes in Naruto's personality and stamina. He was getting a little more fox-like in his ways of harassing Ginkaku and was a lot harder to keep up with, but they could never be happier. If anything, the three grew closer together as brothers. That, of course, didn't mean Ginkaku didn't get his revenge on Naruto from time to time. Kinkaku decided after their brief confrontation with Kumo, it was best they leave their temporary home. Naruto at first complained not wanting to leave his home, but after much talking to, they managed to convince him. "So where are we going?" Naruto asked in an innocent tone that immediately put Ginkaku on guard. "I can't wait to see our next home." Naruto grinned down at Ginkaku as he glared up at him. Kinkaku was about to speak up when he noticed a blur pass by his vision. The three brothers turned their attention to the small figure in front of them. Kinkaku could tell it was a boy, but was more interested in the kunai he held. The boy had a cloak that concealed his features, except for his slim build. Ginkaku chuckled at the boy and received a kunai scratch to the side of the face for it. Kinkaku turned to his brother to see droplets of blood drip down his face. Kinkaku spun around and faced the boy down, but was surprised to see he had vanished. "Where did you run off, Dash?" Kinkaku was interrupted when he was enveloped in water. Kinkaku freed one of his arms, but it was quickly restrained as the boy emerged from the water with a kunai pressed against Kinkaku's neck. Kinkaku looked at the boy in shock as he smiled down at him. "Now, give me all your food," the boy demanded as he pressed the kunai further on Kinkaku's neck. "Or else your brother will have to learn to breathe through his neck." Ginkaku growled at the boy, but then smiled as Naruto waved at him with a smile as well. The boy looked at the two in confusion until he felt a painfully jolt. The boy was painfully blasted off of Kinkaku by a blast of electricity. Kinkaku turned around and glared down at the kid. The boy's hood was knocked off from the blast, revealing white hair with a light blue tint in it and purple eyes. Kinkaku approached the boy with murder in each step, but stopped when Naruto stepped in front of him. "Get out of the way, Ginkaku!" Naruto shook his head and kept his arms spread apart as if protecting the boy. "He's just hungry," Naruto proclaimed as Kinkaku glared at Naruto with a burning fire in his eyes. "He just needs some food." Kinkaku paced back and forth like a demented tiger waiting for a chance to attack. Naruto continued to stare his brother down as the boy looked on in confusion. Finally, Kinkaku relented and tossed Naruto some bread, but glared daggers at the boy. Naruto smiled his thanks to his older brother and turned back to the kid. Naruto handed him the bread only for the boy to snatch it before Naruto could fully open his hand. Naruto looked at him to see shark-like teeth tearing chunks out of the bread. "So you got a name?" He looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow, but continued to eat a few more bites. "Suigetsu Hozuki." Naruto smiled at Suigetsu as he continued to bite into the offered food with great gusto. Suigetsu's eyes traveled to Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who were whispering amongst themselves, but were occasionally stealing glances towards the two. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes as he got ready for anything funny. "So where are you from?" Suigetsu nearly jumped in surprise, completely forgetting that Naruto was close to him. "Kirigakure," Suigetsu commented in a voice that was barely audible. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's eyes twitched at the village's name as they stared at Suigetsu. "Wait, back up a little," Ginkaku asked while making a backwards gesture with his hands. "Your name is Suigetsu Hozuki, and you're from Kirigakure." Suigetsu nodded his head while his entire body tensed. "So you're from the Hozuki clan." Suigetsu was surprised to hear a tone of excitement in Ginkaku's voice. That clan had to be the best Suiton users ever. "Remember when we had to fight 3 of them at the same time, Kinkaku?" "Yeah, that was irritating." "So how's your clan anyway?" Ginkaku noticed the light vanish from Suigetsu's eyes almost at once. "Are you okay?" "My clan is no more," Suigetsu announced in a gloom voice. "My brother and I were the last, but our Mizukage thought our control of water was a Kekkei Genkai. So as a result, my brother died protecting me as he told me to run. This brought the mood down like a stone." Naruto looked at his brothers, then smiled a mischievous grin, causing alarm bells to signal in the brothers' heads. "Well, Suigetsu, it appears you don't a place to go." Suigetsu looked at Naruto as he stood up and offered the shark-toothed boy his hand. What do you think about coming with my brothers and I? Suigetsu looked at the shocked expressions on Kinkaku and Ginkaku's faces and grinned. Suigetsu grabbed Naruto's offered hand and stood up. I like that idea. They smiled at one another as Kinkaku and Ginkaku tried to understand what had just transpired. Today was the day everyone was waiting for. Team formations. Even Hinata was excited as she walked towards the academy with a smile on her face. Walking with her on both sides were two equally happy Hayashi and his wife Hitomi. The two couldn't be happier for their daughter as she headed straight towards the life of a ninja. The two still had worries over what could happen to her, but for now they put their fears aside. As the Hyuga family entered the academy courtyard, they saw many different families congratulating their children. Hitomi looked around at the various happy faces, but stopped on one. Makoto was talking to Sasuke with a smile on her face, but her eyes betrayed the deep sadness in her. Honey, I'll be right back. Hayashi and Hinata looked up at Hitomi as she walked towards the depressed Uchiha. Sasuke was fussing as his mom went about to try and straighten out his hair, only for Sasuke to keep dodging her hands. Mom, please stop, Sasuke finally exclaimed amongst the snickering kids. My hair is fine. Makoto couldn't help but smile at her son's protests as she finally relented. Sasuke turned around and saw Hitomi walking towards them. Makoto followed her son's eyes and saw her friend walking towards them. Hello, Makoto. Makoto waved to her friend as she gave Sasuke one last kiss on the head before he ran inside. I see you're doing well, Makoto announced, referring to Hitomi's difficult pregnancy with Hinata's sister, Hanabi. And how is Hanabi doing? She's fine, Hitomi stated as she continued to look at her friend in worry. But I was wondering, are you doing all right? Makoto looked at her friend in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. Hitomi just stared at her friend with a leveled gaze that seemed to stare directly into Makoto. I know that you're still hurting from Kushina. Makoto looked away at that name as Hitomi continued. But she wouldn't want you put yourself through this. Makoto didn't look back up as she looked at the ground with a fake interest. Hitomi sighed, knowing she wouldn't get anything out of her friend like this. Instead, she just turned and looked towards her smiling daughter and confused husband. Just then, Hitomi's eyes seemed to ignite as an idea came to mind. She turned back to Makoto as she was looking up at the sky. How about you and Sasuke come over for dinner? I mean, we could all have a little congratulating party for our kids. Makoto looked down at Hitomi with a shocked look in her eyes, but that soon turned into happiness. Okay, I'll have Sasuke ready. Hitomi nodded her head and turned back to her family. Hayashi stared at his wife with a furrowed brow. Hitomi smiled mischievously towards her unknowing husband as they bid Hinata goodbye. XXX. Sasuke was sitting amongst an admiring crowd of girls. Among them were the bickering forms of Sakura and Ino. Kiba was sitting next to the quiet Shino, while Shikamaru and Choji were found together in the back. Hinata was sitting in the front of the room when the door opened, revealing a kid who looked similar to Sasuke, except for the smile on his face. He wore all black clothing and was carrying a small book in his hands. Hinata smiled at him and patted the seat next to her. Sit here, Sai. Sai turned to his classmate and gave her a bigger smile as he sat down. So, did you draw anything new? Sai opened his book to reveal a variety of birds, snakes, and a giant bird. Hinata spent the rest of the time admiring Sai's drawings as they talked about them. Sai was a surprise to everyone when he showed up during the middle of the academy year, but he demonstrated that he was a competent ninja who was more than on their skill. Okay, everyone quiet down. Everyone turned to the sound of the voice just as a giant cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a grinning Irika. Next, to Irika was a man with light blue hair that framed the sides of his face. Hinata's eyes narrowed slightly at Mizuki with distrust. Ever since she first saw Mizuki, Hinata just couldn't place it, but she just couldn't trust the man. It wasn't the Mizuki himself, it was the way he looked at everyone, almost like he was looking at vermin, but his smile kept almost everyone from seeing it. Irika gently laid the folder he was holding down on his desk as he scanned everyone in the room. Now, is everyone ready to learn your team? Mizuki questioned with a gently smile on his face as everyone nodded. Now just remember the individuals in your team are there to help you. If you get into trouble, you can count on them to get you out of it. Mizuki couldn't stop the chuckle coming from him as he watched everyone quake with anticipation. Should we stop torturing them, Irika? Irika glanced at his friend and gave him a smile as he opened the folder. Now, please listen closely to your team assignments, Irika announced with an authoritative tone in his voice. Now, some of the teams will be left unfilled because we don't have enough students to fill them. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Sai, and your sensei will be Kakashi. Everyone covered their ears as Sakura screamed out in joy while other girls deflated. Now that we have that out of the way, Team 8 will be Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and your sensei will be Kurinai. Hinata smiled towards her fellow teammates who gave her nods of a silent agreement. Team 10 finally is Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and your sensei will be Asuma. Irika looked around at the students and noticed some were happy, but others looked indifferent to the whole thing. Now, you have some time before you met your sensei, so please take this time in order to get to know your team. Irika and Mizuki left with that word, leaving the newly formed teams to themselves. The result was almost immediate. Almost everyone seemed to materialize next to their respective teammates. Hinata and Kiba talked while Shino listened intently. Sakura tried to get Sasuke to go out with her while Sai drew in his book. Ino berated Choji for eating too much and Shikamaru for sleeping. Hinata continued to talk with her friends until a red-eyed woman with black hair entered. Team 8. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino looked at the woman, giving her a slight wave. I'm Kurinai, your sensei. Meet me at the meadow in 2 minutes. With that, their sensei vanished in a swirl of leaves, causing the trio to dash for the window. The other remaining genin just stared at the open window and looked back at the door in confusion. XXX. Stop where you are, a guard shouted at the 4 figures in front of them. The individuals were all dressed the same black cloaks with hoods over their heads. The only difference the guards could see was that 2 of them were children. One of the kids turned his head just enough to flash the guard a fox-like grin as they continued their sprint through the woods. Circle around will catch them as they cross the bridge. The guards nodded their head in unison as some of them separated from the others. The 4 jumped onto the bridge only to encounter the other half of the guard unit waiting for them on the other side. They turned to leave only to find the other half on the other side. The guardsmen all smiled as they slowly crossed the bridge towards their prey. Now, give us what you stole and just maybe we'll go easy on you. The 4 looked at each other and nodded as the biggest of them pulled a small bag out of his cloak. He extended the bag towards the guard, but just as he was a fingertip away from it, the man chucked the bag over the side of the bridge. You want it? Go get it. The guards raised their swords and kunai and charged the 4 of them, only for them to explode in a cloud of smoke. Where did they go? The guards looked around only for them to turn their heads to the something whistling. They all froze in fear, seeing the exact 4 people standing on the other side of the bridge, kunai pressed against the ropes. The guards shook as they looked down at the raging water below them. The fear coming off them only made the 4 figures chuckle in excitement. I hope you guys know how to swim. Before the guards could give off a word, the 4 of them cut the ropes at the same time, causing the guards to plummet to the water below. The figures then took off their hoods, revealing the grinning faces of Naruto, Suigetsu, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku. Now, let's get back to that town and see if there is anything else we can do to help. Suigetsu and Naruto both nodded their heads as they turned back to the town. The 4 entered the beautiful town, but knew better than to fall to the serenity. The town they were in was a perfect meeting place for all kinds of assassins. Kinkaku took out a piece of paper with a man's face on it. His face was a mess of scars and his expression was that of a stone. 100,000 yen for this man. That's enough to feed us for a good year. In response, Naruto's stomach let loose a growl that caused everyone to look at them. Nice one, little bro. But just because we took care of those pesky guards doesn't mean we're out of the woods. Naruto laughed a little at his brother's worry. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Naruto gave Suigetsu a gentle nudge as he pointed towards a nearby food stand. But first we get a bite to eat. Kinkaku let out an exhausted sigh as he yanked his brother back to him. This isn't a picnic, Dukaku. Naruto looked at his brother to see all seriousness reflected back at him. We need to stay on our toes, and that's that. Naruto nodded his head as Kinkaku released his grip only to look around in pure puzzlement. Where did Suigetsu run off to? The answer came in the form of an apple being thrown to Naruto. Kinkaku looked towards the direction to see Suigetsu returning with an apple in his mouth. Kinkaku opened his mouth to berate Suigetsu, but an apple was thrown into his open mouth. Ginkaku glanced at his brother and chuckled as Kinkaku glared at him in irritation. That's a good look for you, bro. Kinkaku slapped Ginkaku on the back of the head as he walked off with others following. Everyone turned towards the four newcomers with a mixture of suspicion and anxiety. Kinkaku slowly escorted the group into a nearby bar that smelled of sake and smoke. The bar was filled with a variety of people, but almost all of them were drunk. Stay close. Naruto and Suigetsu both nodded towards Ginkaku as they made a beeline towards a lone drinker at the far end of the room. The man slowly lowered his glass to the ground when he threw 4 small round balls across the room. Flash bombs! Everyone in the bar all turned to the commotion only to witness the flash head-on. Kinkaku narrowed his eyes as his vision slowly began to return and saw that the back door to the bar was opened. He gave Naruto and Suigetsu a small signal to follow the man through the door. The two nodded as they took off after the man. XXX. Get out of my way! Everyone slammed themselves against the opposite walls of the alleyway to avoid the man running through them. Naruto and Suigetsu rushed past everyone, jumping from wall to wall above their heads. The man exited the alley just in time to see Kinkaku's fist enter his field of view. The man's head slammed against the brick wall behind him before he slumped down to the ground. Naruto and Suigetsu landed next to the man, but the grins they were wearing vanished almost immediately. Even Kinkaku and Ginkaku looked at the man with confusion evident in their eyes. The man they were chasing was dissolving before their very eyes. It wasn't like he was melting, it was like his skin was simply washing away. The process continued until there was a different man lying before them. Brother, what the hell just happened? Kinkaku didn't answer Naruto's question in words, instead he grabbed both him and Suigetsu before taking off towards the town's exit. Naruto held on as Kinkaku applied enough chakra into his feet to leave foot-sized craters in the ground. It was a trap all along. Ginkaku's eyes narrowed as he began to give everyone they passed by a calculated glance. We have to get out of here right now. Naruto and Suigetsu looked at each other in confusion. Why? Brother, what happened? Kinkaku didn't answer his question, which scared Naruto even more, knowing his brother was truly afraid. XXX. Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura were all still sitting in their classroom awaiting their sensei. Sai was sitting drawing aimlessly, but kept glancing towards his fellow teammates. Sakura was prancing back and forth, muttering about how their sensei is late. Sasuke was looking about with barely a hint of emotion in his features. Sai returned to his picture to see a small snake. Just then the door opened to reveal a man with silver hair that seemed to defy gravity. He gave everyone a glance as if he was trying to measure their worth. My first impression, Kakashi stated. I think you're weak. Sasuke's eyes twitched in a slight display of anger. Sakura glared at her sensei with a glare on her face. Sai just smiled up at Kakashi. Meet me at the roof now. With that last word, Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving his team to take the stairs. Kakashi was waiting on the bench when his team opened the door behind him. Kakashi gestured to the chairs in front of him, indicating that he wanted his team to sit. Now, I want you all to tell me a little bit about yourselves. Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean? Kakashi glanced towards Sakura and gave her an eye smile. Okay, I guess I could give you an example, Kakashi said as he crossed his arms and leaned back. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I have some likes, but just as many dislikes. My dream is undecided at this point. Everyone just stared at Kakashi with a mixture of shock, confusion, and anger. Now it's your turn, Pinky. Sakura glared at Kakashi with hate at her nickname, but continued neither less. My name is Sakura Haruno, Sakura announced with a clear voice. I like. She gave Sasuke a loving glance, but quickly tore it away. I dislike loud and idiotic people. My dream is to someday marry a certain someone. She giggled at that, causing a slight groan to escape Kakashi. All right, Mr. Gloomy, you're next. Sasuke shared a glare that never wavered with Kakashi as he spoke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Sai and Kakashi both noted the angry coming off of Sasuke as he continued. I have many dislikes, but not a lot of likes. My dream is to revive the Uchiha clan and to kill a certain someone. Kakashi gave Sasuke a sad expression and made a mental note to inform Mikoto about Sasuke's dream. All right, now it's our artist's turn. Sai didn't close his book, but spoke as he continued to draw while glancing up at Kakashi every few seconds. My name is Sai. Sai spoke in an emotionless voice. The only two things I like is my brother, who is currently ill, and drawing. My dream is to help my brother get better. Kakashi nodded, but knew there was something else that Sai wasn't saying. Kakashi sighed as he stood up and fully looked at his team with a steady gaze. Tomorrow meet me at Training Ground 3 for your final test. Kakashi raised his hand to stop Sakura from interrupting him as he continued. The first test was just to weed out the weak. This is the true test. Oh, and don't eat anything or you might throw up. With that, Kakashi left, leaving his team confused. Sasuke stood up and turned to leave when Sakura jumped up. Sasuke, would you like? No, besides my mom wanted me home as soon as I was done here. Sasuke left on that note, leaving behind Sai and Sakura. He's different, Sai announced as he stood up with his finished drawing. Sakura turned around only to see Sai's picture. It was a picture of Kakashi, Sasuke, and her all in different poses like he drew them from separate areas. But there is hope in this team. Sakura looked up and saw the sly little smile on Sai's face, making Sakura turn with an angry blush on her face. Sai, since I don't have anything to do and since I don't know you that well, would you like to go eat some ramen? Sakura looked up and saw Sai thinking about her offer before nodding his head. Sakura nodded her head as well, and the two of them left, heading for the only ramen store in town. XXX. Sasuke entered the Uchiha compound to already see his mother waiting for him outside in a kimono. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as his mother walked towards him with a smile. Come along, Sasuke, Mikoto gently said with her smile unwavering. We're going over to eat over at the Hyuga compound with Hayashi and his family. Sasuke walked along with his mother in a stunned silence until he regained his wits. Mikoto looked down at Sasuke as he stopped walking in confusion. Why? Why, what, honey? Why are we eating with them? Sasuke questioned with narrowed eyes. And why are you so happy after what's happened to us? Mikoto's smile dropped as a cold demeanor fell over her. I, for one, want to celebrate with my friend over our family graduating to Genin, Mikoto stated with some anger. I don't want what's happened to our clan dictate how I act to others. Now, are you coming with me or are you going to eat by yourself? Mikoto stared at her son for a few more seconds before turning and leaving. Sasuke gritted his teeth as his anger bubbled inside him, but he soon gave in and followed his mom without saying a single word. XXX. Kinkaku and Ginkaku finally stopped running and released Naruto and Suigetsu. Kinkaku grabbed a hold of the nearest tree and ripped it out of the ground before throwing it. How could we have been so stupid, Ginkaku? Kinkaku shouted out. We thought some common assassin who murdered only one man was worth that much. Kinkaku continued his rampage until barely any trees were left standing, and he was standing with anger radiating off him. Ginkaku sat down on a tree stump with a thoughtful expression on his face as he stared at Naruto and Suigetsu's confused expressions. We got lured into a trap, Suigetsu explained to the two as he gave them an angered smile. And now we have to get out of this area before whoever finds us does. Ginkaku stood up and grabbed his brother and took him behind the only tree that was still standing. Ginkaku looked out of the corner of the tree and saw Naruto and Suigetsu looking around at all the destruction. Ginkaku turned around and saw Kinkaku lying against the tree. I know, Kinkaku finally stated with a sad note in his voice. We can't keep endangering them like this. If who is following us does find us and kills us, there is no telling what they will do to Naruto. Ginkaku sighed as he joined his brother on the ground looking off into the sky. Kinkaku picked up a nearby flower and looked at it as the petals flew off into the wind. What do you think Naruto thinks about us? Ginkaku turned to his brother and saw he was troubled. Ginkaku frowned as he contemplated the answer. I can't give that answer, Ginkaku stated slowly. But I won't hesitate to ask him that before we do what must be done. Kinkaku nodded his head as he stood up and walked towards Suigetsu and Naruto. The two stood up from their place on the ground. Kinkaku's eyes never left Naruto as he tried to ask the question that plagued him. Naruto, what were we to you? Naruto narrowed his eyes in confusion at his brother's strange question. What do you mean? Naruto smiled at that as he punched Kinkaku in his arm. You are my family, the both of you. You took me in knowing what life I would have in Konoha. You kept me safe and helped me when I was in trouble. Isn't that what family does? Kinkaku's mouth twitched up into a smile as a small tear escaped his eye. Ginkaku gave his brother a slight pat on the back. Naruto, remember my words, Kinkaku finally stated. What we are about to do is to protect you and Suigetsu. We will meet you once it is all over and see that you are a strong ninja. Kinkaku looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes as he suddenly vanished and reappeared beside Naruto. Ginkaku and I have always loved you as a brother. Always remember that, little kid. Naruto's eyes widened as his brother's chakra-laced fist connected with his stomach, effectively knocking him out. Suigetsu made a move to help Naruto, but was stopped by Ginkaku, who was looking at him with silted eyes. Suigetsu looked back at Naruto only to see a faint glow slowly disappear from the boy. Kinkaku stood up with no emotion in his eyes as he walked towards Suigetsu. Listen to me carefully, boy. We are being hunted right now. Ginkaku and I will be holding them off as long as we can. Make sure you get yourself and Naruto as far away as possible. Suigetsu looked back at Ginkaku as he finally released the boy with a faint smile. What about you guys? Suigetsu questioned slowly. In fact, what about Naruto when I tell him what you guys did? Kinkaku chuckled faintly as he looked at Suigetsu with a sad gleam in his eyes. I don't know much, but I know enough about mind modification jutsu to implant over certain memories. Kinkaku gave Suigetsu one last smile, before it was replaced by a snarl that Suigetsu thought would haunt his memories. I want you to promise me two things, Suigetsu. 1, I want Naruto protected no matter what. And 2, I don't want him to remember the truth of what has happened today. Kinkaku walked towards Suigetsu, radiating killing intent with each step. Do you understand my words? Suigetsu couldn't say a word, but nodded his head. Good now. Go. Suigetsu jumped and went to work grabbing Naruto and leaving in a swirl of water. Kinkaku's mood immediately fell like a stone as he nearly fell, causing Ginkaku to grab a hold of him. Kinkaku looked down at the neat gold pendant with the kanji for family on it. Kinkaku smiled at that as two shadows fell behind them. Ginkaku smiled as he looked at his own pendant made from silver with the same kanji on it. I remember the day Dukaku gave us these. Ginkaku gently lifted his into the sun and turned it around, revealing another kanji for protector on it. He had kanji placed on them, one to express what we were to him, family. The other side explained what we were specifically. I was his protector, you were his comfort, and just for the fun we gave him a bronze one and what he was. Ginkaku chuckled, remembering the memory fondly. He was our little trickster. Ginkaku and Kinkaku both turned to come face to face with their foes. I don't know if we should be honored or insulated that your Kage sent his two Jinchuriki after us instead of coming himself. B and Yujito both glared at the two brothers as they stood their ground. Don't worry, Yujito smiled at her words. Once we're done with you, we will deal with your so-called brother. Suddenly the world seemed to explode as Ginkaku covered his eyes. Kinkaku erupted into a roar of chakra. Kinkaku fell to all fours as the red chakra molded around until 6 tails were behind him. You will not touch him. Ginkaku smiled as his own Kyubi chakra came to surface around him. I think I'll agree with him. Ginkaku smiled, an almost demonic sneer. Even if you defeat us, you will not be in any condition to go after him. Forget even defeating him. We are family, even if one of us falls the other will finish you off. Ginkaku and Kinkaku pushed themselves off the ground and charged straight at B and Yujito as their own Bijou chakra covered them. Ginkaku and Kinkaku both thought the same thing before everything exploded into a bright light. Good luck, Naruto. Sarutobi sat and listened as Tazuna explained his situation to the Kage. Sarutobi listened intently to Tazuna until the man finished. Tazuna leaned back into his chair, but kept his eyes on the ground as Sarutobi continued to stare directly at him. So you need an escort to your home in Kuni no Nami? Sarutobi watched as Tazuna nodded his head slowly. If I may, why would you need an escort if you managed to get here without one? Tazuna gritted his teeth as he looked up at the kind Hokage who smiled sadly at him. Tazuna exhaled as he went about to explain the reason why. Kuni no Nami is under the control of a tyrant named Gato. Sarutobi nodded his head in understanding. He didn't know I left to go get supplies to finish the bridge that would free us from his control, but I fear that he has since realized my disappearance. Tazuna looked up at Sarutobi with an almost pleading look in his eyes. My town isn't rich because of this man, but if we can finish this bridge, then we can pay you whatever the price for the mission. Please, I've been to 2 other villages, but they all turned me down. My town needs this bridge to live again. Sarutobi looked out the window and gave off a sigh, knowing he would somehow regret this. If Gato is behind this, then one genin squad is not going to cover it. Sarutobi looked at Tazuna as his head dropped. Sarutobi watched as the bridge builder stood up to leave. But I think 2 shall be sufficient in this endeavor. Tazuna turned around with a surprise in his eyes as Sarutobi nodded his head. I shall have the squads summoned here at once. Tazuna nodded his head with gratitude as he took a seat next to the door. XXX. Kakashi watched from the trees as his students caught the Torah for the 4th time in the same week. The team, to Kakashi's surprise, did well in the bell test. They almost failed it, but thanks to Sai realizing what the purpose of the test was, they passed it. Kakashi was happy with how his team was performing except for one thing. Sasuke. Over the few weeks, Kakashi has noticed that Sasuke didn't care much about anything. Sure, he would help out in the missions, but he did it with no regard if it was completed or not. This worried Kakashi, but for the time being he couldn't do anything about it. Kakashi turned his head just as he heard the leaves next to him rustle. Kakashi listened as an ANBU with a white tiger mask whispered into his ear before vanishing. Kakashi jumped to the ground below and regarded his team with his traditional eye smile. Well done! Sasuke grunted as Tora tried everything to get out of the ink snakes that trapped it. The Hokage wishes to speak to us about a mission. We are needed immediately. The squad nodded their heads as they all took off towards the tower. Team 7 entered the tower only to see Kurenai's team. What are you doing here? Sarutobi looked at the 2 squads in front of him with calculating gaze. I called you 2 here because your squads are going on a joint mission. Kurenai and Kakashi both turned to Sarutobi, still confused. Your squads would benefit being together than anyone else's. Kurenai, your team is a tracking and scouting squad. Kakashi, your squad is an assault team. Together, I think you will have the best chance at completing the mission at hand. What is the mission? Kakashi questioned. Sarutobi gestured behind the 2 teams as Tazuna stood up from his place. Your mission is to escort Tazuna back to his home in Kuni no Nami. Sarutobi raised his hand to avoid being interrupted. The reason for sending 2 teams is because this man might be attacked by men hired by Gato. Kakashi's eye narrowed at Gato's name, hearing tales of his cruelty towards anyone. Now, I don't expect you to run into much trouble, but be on your guards. Everyone gave Sarutobi a salute and turned to get ready for the mission. Hinata turned and waved at Sai, who smiled back at her. How have you been? Hinata asked as she smiled at her friend. I haven't seen you around that much. Sai's expression softened a little as a trace of sadness appeared. My brother died. Hinata's eyes widened as Sai continued to smile at her, but Hinata saw through his faux smile. I'm so sorry, Sai. Sai nodded his head and followed his team out the door with Hinata and her team behind them. Tazuna looked at Sarutobi with a grateful smile as he turned and left as well. Triple X. Gato leaned on his cane as he watched as the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu, prepared for their mission. Gato looked over at Zabuza with the always-present Haku on his right side. "You're not going with them?" Zabuza cast a carefree glance towards Gato before returning his eyes back to the brothers. "You put your faith in just these two?" Gozu and Meizu stopped and looked at Gato with a dangerous glint in their eyes. "What are you implying?" Gato simply smiled at the brothers. "All I'm trying to say is that I don't think the two of you can cut it." "Why you?" Gozu stopped when Zabuza's sword descended and separated the two. "What do you suggest then, Gato?" Zabuza turned his cold eyes upon Gato, making the businessman shiver. "Do you doubt the choice I've made?" Gato swallowed hard as Zabuza's eyes narrowed until they resembled silts. "All I'm saying is that I want you close at hand." Zabuza tilted his head to one side with a dull expression in his eyes. "Just in case things don't go according to plan." Zabuza sighed as he placed his sword back on his back as he leaned back into his couch. "I suppose you also want someone else with Gozu and Meizu." As if on cue, the door opened, revealing a large bear-like man with a sword strapped to his side. He wore a dark cloak that seemed to glow with an unnatural aura. "This is Gekizai, Violent Poison. He is going to accompany you." Triple X. "Now I want you all to be ready." Kakashi trained his lone eye on everyone. "We might encounter mercenaries or other ninjas on this mission, so I want everyone to watch each other's backs. Understand?" Kakashi watched as everyone nodded their heads before turning towards Kurenai, who gave her own approving nod. "Then let's move out." The group walked forward with Tazuna in the middle of them. The group continued their trek, passing by various trees, but seeing nothing strange. Kakashi and Kurenai both noticed the puddle of water, but decided to say nothing as two figures appeared on its surface. Hinata turned around just in time to see their senseis being wrapped by two men wearing gauntlets connected by a shuriken chain. Hinata watched in horror as the two brothers yanked on their chains, cutting their captives into pieces. "Two down," the two said in unison, grinning underneath their masks. 6 to go. Everyone turned around just in time to see the remains of their falling senseis fall to the ground. The brothers wasted no time and charged the small group of genin. Hinata's Byakugan activated as she dropped into her clan's fighting stance. Sakura pulled out a kunai and stood next to Tazuna. Kiba dropped to all fours along with his partner Akamaru. Shino stood in the back as his insects began to fly around him. Sai decided to fight along with Sasuke as the brothers continued to head straight at them. The brothers raised their poisoned claws as they neared the genin, but were stopped when a purple orb was dropped in front of them. The orb exploded, releasing its contents around Sasuke, Sai, and the two brothers. The brothers emerged out of the cloud, glaring towards the one who caused the disruption. Gekizai stood juggling 3 more purple bombs in one hand. "You two handle the bridge builder." Gekizai walked off his spot on the tree and landed without missing a step. "I'll deal with these genin." Gekizai looked over just as the purple smoke dissolved, revealing Sasuke and Sai relatively unharmed. Gekizai smiled as he looked at the tree line behind him. "I just poisoned 2 of your students. I think now is not the time to be hiding." Kakashi and Kurenai both jumped out of the trees and appeared behind the poison user. Gekizai continued to smile as Kakashi went to lift up his headband, but before his hand even brushed the metal, Gekizai threw the 3 poison bombs at the jonin. Kakashi and Kurenai jumped out of the bomb's range, but just as they looked over at Gekizai, he had already thrown 2 kunai at them. Kakashi batted the kunai thrown at him with his own, as Kurenai grabbed hers by the handle, but neither expected what happened next. The kunai exploded into a cloud of purple gas. "Damn it!" Kakashi cursed under his breath as he landed on the ground next to Kurenai. "Did you breathe it in?" Kurenai nodded her head slowly as she felt her vision begin to swim. Kakashi went to stand up, but collapsed again under his wobbly knees. "This poison is special," Gekizai stated as he pulled his sword off his back. "It numbs the muscles, disrupts the chakra flow, and for the final kick it causes blurry vision." Gekizai turned away from the 2 struggling jonin as he smiled towards the rest of the genin. Gekizai placed the tip of his sword on the ground and began to walk towards Sasuke and Sai as they struggled to get up. Don't worry, it's not going to kill. At least not yet. Sasuke went to punch the man, but received a slap to the side of the face for his efforts. Gekizai looked towards Hinata, Shino, and Kiba and smirked. You three are going to be problems. These two would have been a problem as well, but they are currently indisposed of right now. Sasuke growled and received a kick to his gut for it. Gekizai's eyes found Sakura's and watched the girl cringe under it. This wasn't the plan. Gekizai looked towards the brothers and shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, but we didn't expect 2 ninja squads. Gekizai pulled out a bottle of black liquid and placed it at his lips. But don't worry, this will soon be rectified. He threw his head back and drained the liquid in one go. Gekizai dropped the bottle as he began to go through a series of hand signs. Gekizai threw his head back and vomited up 3 globs of the black liquid. Have fun. This was all Gekizai said as the globs began to take the shape of a human. The clones then moved towards Hinata, Kiba, and Shino with a burst of speed. Now stop wasting time and deal with the bridge builder. Gozu glared at the man, but charged a now alone Sakura. Tazuna looked at Sakura with surprise on his face as she stood her ground. Don't worry, I won't leave, Sakura proclaimed, but couldn't keep the fear out of her voice. Tazuna was about to tell her to leave when a shadow fell over the 2 brothers. Everyone looked on with shock as 2 more people plowed the unsuspecting demon brothers into the ground. As the smoke and debris settled, everyone got a good look at the new arrivals. One was wearing a plain mask that covered his face, but couldn't conceal his blonde hair, and had what seemed like a modified version of a Kumo flak jacket with 2 long sleeves that concealed his arms. He also had a copper pendant with the kanji for family on it. The other one had the same thing except his clothing was purple and he didn't have a pendant. Nice party, the masked one said with enthusiasm in his voice. Mind if we crash it? The poison clone fighting Kiba released his grip on the Inuzuka and charged towards the 2 newcomers. Suigetsu, deal with this pest. Suigetsu smiled as his body rippled as he stepped in front of the poison clone. Everyone watched as Suigetsu's body reverted into water just as the poison clone crashed into him. Gekizai watched with flint eyes as his clone was absorbed into Suigetsu as his body reverted back to normal. Water beats poison every time. Just who the hell do you think you are? Gekizai shouted out as his other clones stopped fighting Shino and Hinata and went after Suigetsu, who went through a series of hand signs. You can't use water jutsu without a source of dash dot. Gekizai stopped, remembering Suigetsu turning his body into water. Suitun, Suikoden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Shark Bullet Technique. Everyone watched in amazement as a giant shark head shot out of his back and devoured the 2 poison clones. Suigetsu stood up as he bent backwards, popping his back in the process. I'll help Pinky with the bridge builder, you take care of Poison Man. The masked boy nodded his head and began to walk towards Gekizai, only to stop 4 feet away from him. It's an honor to tell your opponent the name of the individual he is going to face. Gekizai gritted his teeth, but smiled through his anger. My name is Gekizai. He pointed the tip of his blade to the masked boy. And I'm also the one who is going to defeat you. The boy nodded his head as he rubbed his head. I guess it's my turn. The boy suddenly vanished in a sudden burst of speed as he reappeared behind Gekizai. My name is Ginkaku, nice to meet you. Gekizai's eyes widened as Ginkaku kicked him in the side of the head, sending him through 3 different trees. Ginkaku kept his eyes where Gekizai landed, only to see him lying on his back with his eyes closed. That was easy. Ginkaku walked towards the downed poison master and began to pat his pockets until he produced a vial of clear liquid. Ginkaku began to walk back to the stunned group as he tossed the vial to Hinata. That should fix your friends as right as rain. Ginkaku jerked his head towards the forest as he and Suigetsu began to move, but stopped when they heard someone chuckling. Ginkaku turned back to Gekizai to see him standing back up. I never suspected that Kinkaku and Ginkaku had another brother. Kakashi's eye widened as he looked at the boy in front of him. You are just as strong as them, Ginkaku. Ginkaku pulled out a kunai from his pocket, but stopped when a giant sword flew through the air, embedding itself into the tree above him. Suigetsu's eyes widened as he recognized the blade. "It's about time, Zabuza." Kakashi and Kurenai looked up at the man standing on the blade's handle. Dukaku turned his head just enough to look at Zabuza with one eye. Zabuza kept his eyes locked on Dukaku's face. "You are quite something," Dukaku announced with a happy tone. "I wouldn't mind getting into a fight with you." Zabuza reached down and grabbed his sword, and with a yank he dislodged the embedded blade. Dukaku turned his gaze back to Hinata, who was still holding the vial of liquid. "I told you give that to your team and then get out of here." Dukaku growled this out not in anger or hate, but it had a tone of worry in it. "How do you know that it isn't more poison?" Dukaku turned his gaze to Kakashi with a narrowed eye. "Because I studied about how to tell what is an antidote or not," Dukaku responded as he turned his gaze back to Zabuza. "Besides, I gain nothing from your group dying." With that, Dukaku charged Zabuza with his kunai raised. Suigetsu looked towards Gakizai, who was drawing a circle in the ground around him with a smile on his face. Kakashi watched as Dukaku blocked Zabuza's blade with his kunai, but heard him grunt in pain from the force. Kakashi closed his eye and sighed as he looked towards Hinata. "Give me the vial, Hinata." Kurenai looked at Kakashi as if he lost his mind, but he just gave her his eye smile. "Someone has to see if it is the antidote. Besides, those two are going to need help." Kurenai looked at Suigetsu and Dukaku as they both skidded across the ground before charging their opponents once more. Hinata approached Kakashi as she handed him the vial with uncertainty in her eyes. Kakashi grabbed the vial and took a small sip before giving it back to her. Kakashi stayed still for a while before standing up while clenching his fist. "It's working, but slowly." Kakashi gave her a nod, signaling she was to give it to the others. "You're pretty good," Zabuza commented as Dukaku blocked a kick aimed at his stomach. "But I can tell you're holding back." Dukaku smiled as he shoved Zabuza's leg away before delivering a spinning kick to his ribs. Zabuza wheezed as he tried to catch his breath. Zabuza looked up and saw Dukaku descended on him with his kunai pointed directly at the man's neck. Zabuza smiled as he swung his sword in an arc above him, catching Dukaku on the side of his left arm. Dukaku landed on the ground while his kunai was thrown to the ground. "Now's not the time to play around with me." Dukaku grabbed his arm as he turned towards the Konoha group. "Sorry," Dukaku announced as he stood up while tearing the sleeve off, revealing a completely healed wound. "I don't like getting others involved in my fights." Dukaku held out his right arm, positioned like he was holding a sword, with a smile. Zabuza watched in surprise as Dukaku's entire right hand was enveloped in a transparent yellow chakra. Dukaku swung his arm and the chakra shot forward, creating a sort of chakra. Futon. Shinken. Wind release. Vacuum blade. Zabuza smirked as he brought his giant blade up. "You want me to cut loose? Well, this is a more controlled version of me cutting loose." Dukaku charged as he dragged his wind blade across the ground as Zabuza did the same. The blades collided and exploded in a flash of dust and rubble. Dukaku was on the other side of Zabuza as the giant blade was cut in two. This caused a strange happy light to enter the man's eyes. "I like you, kid," Zabuza commented as he placed what was left of his sword on his shoulder. "You are the first to fully cut through my blade and survive without a scratch." Blood gently dripped down from a cut on Zabuza's chest. Zabuza did something that surprised everyone. He placed the blade's edge on his wound. Dukaku tilted his head to the side as Zabuza's blade began to reform. Dukaku brought his wind blade around just as Zabuza's blade finished reforming. "But you're going to have to do a lot better than that to bring me down." Dukaku kept the smile up, but sudden stopped when Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza. Zabuza sighed as he swung his blade behind him, lazily catching Kakashi in the side with the blunt end. Dukaku growled as Kakashi landed next to him. "You need to leave." Kakashi gave Dukaku his trademark eye smile as he pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. "If you don't, Tazuna might die in the crossfire." Kakashi looked over and saw Tazuna being herded into the center of the two squads. Dukaku noticed this as well and released an even deeper growl. Dukaku returned his attention back to Zabuza and shook his head slightly. Fine, you can help, but stay out of my way or you might get hurt. With that, Dukaku pushed forward, leaving behind feet indentions in the ground. Kakashi followed after, trailing just beyond Dukaku's wind blade. Zabuza smiled as he swung his blade at Dukaku just as he swung the wind blade up. This time, though, the result was different. Instead of cutting through the blade, Dukaku's chakra sword stopped only an inch in. This time around is different. Zabuza grinned under his mask just as a Mizu Bushin appeared behind him and blocked Kakashi's attack. I'm afraid my clone will be entertaining you for now, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi blocked a kick the Zabuza clone as he jumped back. Zabuza shoved Dukaku off his blade and swung the blade at Naruto's midsection. Dukaku stretched out his left arm just as a white chain of chakra shot out and wrapped around a nearby tree, pulling him to safety. You're right, Zabuza. Dukaku looked down at Zabuza with a grin hidden behind his mask. This time it is different. Dukaku jumped off the tree and just as he swung his blade down at Zabuza. Triple X. Suigetsu cast a wary glance towards Dukaku as he jumped back from Gekizai's blade. Suigetsu looked back as Gekizai cast a slight glance towards the genin squads. I don't think so, Suigetsu proclaimed as he jumped in front of Gekizai's gaze. You fight is with me. Suigetsu yanked a scroll out of his pocket and ripped it open, expelling smoke everywhere. But when the smoke cleared, Suigetsu was holding a katana. Gekizai smirked at Suigetsu while a dangerous fire burned in his black eyes. Do you really believe you can stop me? Gekizai questioned with sarcasm in his voice. I don't believe it. I know it. With that sentence, Suigetsu charged at Gekizai with a bloodlust in his eyes. Gekizai smiled as he blocked Suigetsu's blade with his own. Suigetsu spun on his heel, bringing his sword around to slice Gekizai in half. Gekizai seemed to ignite into a blaze of excitement as he simply grabbed the blade. Suigetsu looked up and watched as Gekizai brought the tip of his blade down at his chest. Suigetsu smiled as the blade passed right through his water form. You can't beat me like Dashta. Suigetsu stopped as Gekizai punched Suigetsu's stomach. Suigetsu looked at the man confused as he pulled both his arm and sword out of his water body. Hinata saw something brown floating in Suigetsu's body, and then she realized what it was. Suigetsu. Suigetsu turned his head towards Hinata only to see a look of fear on her face. Explosive tag. Suigetsu looked down just as the tag ignited. Shit dash. Was all Suigetsu got out as the entire area was rocked by the explosion. Dukaku turned his head to see Suigetsu land on the ground still in water form, but with a hole where the tag was planted. Suigetsu let out a grunt of pain as Gekizai walked towards him. So you can survive what would kill most people. Gekizai watched in amazement as water began to slither towards Suigetsu. It would seem that you can regenerate using water. So I take it you would be extremely weak against Raitun users. Suigetsu glared up at Gekizai as he brought his sword's tip to his throat. But sadly you will die today, boy. Gekizai went to stab Suigetsu, but jumped away when a glowing palm missed his face by an inch. When he looked up, he saw Hinata standing between him and Suigetsu. Shino stepped next to her along with a still recuperating sigh. Kurenai went through a series of hand signs for a genjutsu, but when she finished she let out a growl. I still can't get my chakra to act correctly. She looked at the three genin staring down this monster of a man. Hinata glared at the man in front of her as her Byakugan slowly activated. Oh, so I'm gonna have to kill more genin, Gekizai stated in a way that made almost everybody quiver. This is going to be a cakewalk. Gekizai watched as Shino's hive erupted out of his body, forming a cloud around him. Sai pulled out a tanto from his back as Hinata dropped back into her stance once more. Gekizai popped his shoulders as he looked at the three in front of him with amusement. Then he charged towards the genin group. Shino's bugs formed a wall in front of the group, but Gekizai simply ran through the insects. Gekizai seemed to melt a little as the bugs began to feast on his chakra. When he was about a foot away from the group, Gekizai simply fell to the ground as a puddle. Suigetsu looked around behind the group in front of him, but suddenly felt something beneath him. Hinata turned around just as Gekizai erupted out of the ground underneath Suigetsu. Time to die, Hyuga brat. Gekizai went to stab Hinata as everyone watched in shock. Hinata closed her eyes and waited for the impact that never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ginkaku standing in front of her with the blade in his hand. Why? Hinata asked in confusion as Ginkaku smiled. Why did you save me? Ginkaku didn't answer right away. Instead, he grabbed the blade and snapped the blade in two. Because I can't stand around and let others get hurt, Ginkaku proclaimed as he grabbed Gekizai's arm. Now, what did you say to Hinata? Gekizai shook as Ginkaku stared at him. Suddenly, Gekizai saw a faint image of a giant red fox with 9 tails behind Ginkaku. Oh, yes, time to die. Ginkaku placed his hand on Gekizai's chest as his wind chakra began to build around it. What are you? Ginkaku tilted his head to the side and Gekizai could have sworn he was smiling. I'm the one person you don't want to anger. With that slight statement, Ginkaku's wind blade pierced right through Gekizai's chest. Gekizai coughed up blood as Ginkaku kicked him away. Ginkaku looked down at Suigetsu and nodded his head before turning back towards a now confused Zabuza. Now, that little problem is taken care of. Ginkaku began to form his chakra into his blade, but it suddenly vanished. Ginkaku looked down at his hand when he saw his vision begin to twist this way and that. Ginkaku began to shake as he collapsed on one knee. Looks like doing that little stunt cost you. Ginkaku looked up to see Zabuza standing over him. Poison is a very cowardly way of fighting. Ginkaku smiled a little under his mask as Zabuza brought his sword up, but stopped when the blade end of Gekizai's sword stabbed him in the arm. Zabuza turned to see Kakashi next to Ginkaku. Zabuza smiled as he jumped back, pulling the poisoned blade out of his arm. Looks like we have to finish our fight next time, Ginkaku. Ginkaku nodded his head and despite the poison in his body stood up. Zabuza sheathed his blade before he vanished in a swirl of water. Ginkaku looked at a now fully regenerated Suigetsu and made a small hand sign to him. Before anyone knew what was happened, Suigetsu vanished and reappeared next to Ginkaku. Sorry, but this is where we make out escape, Ginkaku announced, getting looks of shock out of everyone. Kakashi made a move to grab Ginkaku, but grabbed nothing but water. Don't worry, I have a feeling we will meet again. He reached up and pulled down high. Everyone was sitting on the small boat, but all eyes were on Kakashi. Ever since Ginkaku revealed himself to be Naruto Uzumaki, he hadn't said a word to anyone. Kurenai also couldn't help but feel worried for the leader of Team 7. Kurenai of course knew why Kakashi was acting the way he was. Ever since Naruto's disappearance, he never quite forgave himself, and now he had to watch Naruto disappear once more. Kurenai couldn't help but think back to Naruto's reappearance. XXX. Flashback. Everyone stared up at the blonde boy with whisker marks on his face and silted blue eyes with shock. Kakashi took an involuntary step forward as he stared up at his sensei's son. Naruto continued to smile as he leaned against Suigetsu for support. I can't wait for us to meet once again. Naruto and Suigetsu turned to leave when someone yelled out for him to stop. Naruto turned to see the source of the voice. Kakashi. Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion as Kakashi continued to stare up at him. Yes, what do you need? Are you really Naruto? Naruto narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Last time I checked I was. Naruto answered back smartly. Why do you want to know? Kakashi, even with his mask, everyone could tell he was smiling ear to ear. You look exactly like him. This statement shocked everyone as Kakashi looked at Naruto with a lone tear shining in his eye. You look exactly like your father. Naruto's eyes went wide for a second before he relaxed and smiled down at Kakashi. Now I remember why your name sounded familiar, Naruto stated, plainly confusing Kakashi. My father was your squad's sensei. To say Kakashi was shocked would be an understatement. Everyone was sharing looks of confusion as the two had their conversation. The only one not out of the loop was Kurenai. You look distressed, Kakashi. Kakashi snapped out of his stupor and saw Naruto still smiling down at him. I'm just wondering how you knew that, Kakashi stated with a sad face, but still had a smile on it. Naruto chuckled as water began to surround Suigetsu and him. That is a tale for another time. Kakashi cursed, realizing what Naruto and Suigetsu were about to do. Farewell. For now, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi reached the branch. Naruto and Suigetsu were sitting on a second after they vanished, leaving behind a grief-stricken Kakashi and confused Genin. XXX. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up into the worried face of Sakura. Are you feeling okay? Kakashi just smiled at his student as he laid his back into the boat and closed his eye. Sakura looked back at the others and saw they also had the same worried expressions. Kurenai waved Sakura back to her seat as she scooted over to Kakashi. You need to snap out of it, Kurenai cautioned with a calm but firm tone. I know that it must hurt, but you have to get over it for your team's sake. Kakashi opened his eye a little and leveled it with her eyes. Kakashi chuckled as he crossed his arms and looked out towards the water. I know, Kakashi finally said with a sad tone in his voice, but it's disappointing to know that he slipped out of my hands twice now. Kurenai placed a reassuring hand on the Jonin's shoulder. Kakashi looked at her and gave her an eye smile as he stood up. Kakashi looked at everyone on the boat as they stared up at him. You all did well. The squads gave each other a look of pure confusion as Kakashi continued. You all tried to preserve the mission, but you also didn't abandon your team. Kakashi turned his eye toward his team and smiled under his mask. Some of you already know how I feel about people who abandon your team for the sake of the mission. Tazuna listened as Kakashi continued his speech and what they were going to do once they reached Tazuna's home. They hit land just as Kakashi finished, allowing the teams to get their first glimpse of Tazuna's village. Everyone stared around in shock at what they saw. Buildings were in near ruin, people looked more like they were about to collapse, but the most striking thing was everyone had small smiles on their faces. The team stepped on the island and looked around at everything. Why are they so happy? Tazuna walked past Sakura as he smiled at his village. Because everyone here has hope, Tazuna explained with the same smile on his face as everyone else. This is our home, and no matter how it looks, it will always be our home. Tazuna began to lead the team to his home, but as they neared the house, a strange smell filled the air. The teams all ran towards the home, expecting to find it burning down. What they saw instead surprised them even more. A calm fire was outside roasting tiny pieces of meat. That's odd. Tazuna looked around as he approached his home, only for the door to open and reveal a woman wearing an apron. Father, you're back, the woman shouted, wrapping her arms around the old man's neck. You're just in time for dinner, Tsunami announced as she turned the meat a little. How did you know I was coming back today? Tsunami smiled as she turned back to the cooking meat. I just had a hunch. Tsunami continued to turn the meat with a smile on her face. So who are our guests? Tazuna began to introduce the Konoha squads. Almost everyone gave a nod of their heads, except for Sasuke, who only grunted. Well, if everyone takes a seat inside, I'll get the food ready. Everyone left to the house, leaving Tsunami to fix the meal. The group sat down and saw a small boy enter the room with a gloom expression on his face. This is my grandchild, Inari. Tazuna gave the boy a light pat on his back, earning him a small smile. Everyone smiled at the small child, but all he did was give each of them a small glare and a frown to go with it. Inari, what is it? They are all going to die. The boy turned and left the room with that disturbing message, leaving everyone speechless. Tazuna began to sputter out apologies for his grandchild's words. What's wrong with him? Kakashi finally asked. He lost his stepfather. Everyone turned and saw a sad-looking Tsunami. Gato doesn't like heroes. He hates anything that gives us hope. Tsunami sat the plate of meat on the table, but nobody went to get any. Gato made an example out of Kaiza, but even though he was in pain and about to die, he never stopped smiling. Tsunami wiped a tear out of her eye as she looked at the Konoha group in front of her. This bridge is our only hope. If Gato stops its construction, then our village will die. That won't happen, Kakashi announced as he stood up. We will make sure the bridge is finished. Tazuna watched as all the ninja all nodded their heads with smiles on their faces. Kurenai looked at Kakashi with confusion on her face. I know our mission was to escort you, but I don't think the Hokage will mind if we stay a day or two. Tazuna jumped to his feet in a flash with tears in his eyes. I won't rest until this bridge is built, Tazuna proclaimed with gusto. It will be built to a glorious form. Tsunami smiled at her father's happiness, but hiding in the shadows Inari sat with tears in his eyes. Triple X. Kakashi lead the Konoha Genin outside to the tree line. Okay, until the bridge is finished you guys are going to train. Kakashi looked at everyone seeing he had their attention. Your first exercise is to climb these trees, but without the use of your hands. Everyone began to protest, except for Hinata who realized what they were about to do. And how exactly do you plan we do that? Came Kiba's irritated voice which earned him a smack by Kurenai. Kakashi sighed as he walked towards the tree behind him. Kakashi stopped long enough to add the chakra to his feet and begin his trek up the tree. Most of the genin looked at Kakashi in shock as he stood upside down, smiling down at them. Now, with that, Kakashi released his chakra and fell to the ground, only to spin at the last second on land on his feet. I want you all to pick a tree and try to walk up it using only your chakra. Oh, and one more thing, mark the place you reached before you fall with a kunai. Everyone nodded and began to try the exercise. Right from the start, Kakashi watched as almost everyone fell to the ground or cracked the bark of the tree. Kakashi shook his head, but noticed 3 of the genin were gone. Kakashi, is this good enough? Kakashi looked up and saw looking down at everyone was Hinata. Below her was Sakura, and then third was Sai. Kakashi had to admit he knew Hinata would have done fine with the exercise, but the 2 that surprised him was Sakura and Sai. All the other genin were left with mixed emotions. Some were happy for the 3, but others were left with a jealous feeling. Do you want us to continue, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura let out a sigh as she collapsed on the branch she was sitting on. Kakashi chuckled as he waved for the 3 to come down. No, you 3 have done enough today. So what do you want us to do? Sai questioned as he pulled out a drawing book. Well, first we are going to help Tazuna pick up some stuff needed for the bridge, Kakashi stated as he crossed his arms as he had a thoughtful look on his face. Then, you are going to return here to help the ones who need improvement. The 3 nodded their heads and followed the jonin towards the house. Triple X. Tazuna left the store with the needed supplies as he nodded towards Kakashi. Kakashi moved his head a little and Sakura, Hinata, and Sai all joined up with him. Hinata was walking next to Kakashi when she ran into a pretty girl in a kimono. I'm sorry. Hinata looked up and saw the girl was just smiling at her. No problem at all. She left with that carrying a wicker basket. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed as the girl went past. Tazuna also had a confused look on his face, but he just continued to walk. Something tells me we're going to have some problems, Kakashi thought as he continued to walk with the genin. Triple X. Haku continued on to the forest, but gave little looks back. I didn't think I would see them, Haku mumbled to herself as she continued on to her destination. Haku smiled as she found what she was looking for. She bent down and began to pick the herbs up, but never heard the approaching shadows. Haku stiffened as she felt someone grab her by the shoulders. You need to be more aware of your surroundings, the voice whispered into her ear as the person released her. She watched as the 2 moved in front of her. So how is Zabuza? Haku gently grabbed the senbon hiding in her kimono as her eyes narrowed. The figure lifted his hands in a submissive gesture as he took of his hood. Haku's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto. I take it Zabuza told you about me. Naruto reached down and picked a green plant that had bluish spots on it. Naruto gently folded the plant as he wrapped it up. Give him a couple of these. Naruto handed her the plant, but she refused to touch it. Naruto gave a smile that remained Haku of a fox sizing up its prey. Look, why would I hurt Zabuza? Unlike most people who would want him dead, I actually want to fight him again. Haku kept her eyes on the boy as she gently took the plant away from him. Naruto continued to smile as he stood up to his full height. Now, be sure to give Zabuza my best. Naruto turned away from Haku and walked off with Suigetsu right behind him. Are you sure it's wise having Zabuza back to full strength? Naruto just smiled even bigger as he walked back into the forest, leaving Haku behind. Triple X. Zabuza opened his eyes as Haku walked in with a weary smile. How are you, Zabuza-sama? Haku questioned. How do you think I am? Zabuza answered back harshly. I feel like my body is melting. My muscles hurt, and I can barely see. Haku nodded her head solemnly as she pulled out the bowl holding the crushed herbs, including the herb Naruto gave her. Zabuza looked at the green liquid, causing him to squirm a little as the foul smell hit his nose. What is that? Haku smiled at Zabuza's worried expression. It's going to make you better. Haku reassured her, smile still on her face. Trust me. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at Haku, but gently sipped the liquid until he drained it all. Zabuza allowed his back to rest on the bed with his eyes closed. Haku sat on the chair just as the door opened to reveal Gato, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Gato strolled in the room, ignoring the glares he was receiving from Haku. So it was true, Gato stated with a disgusted tone in his voice. Gekizai, the demon brothers, and the great Zabuza were defeated by mere children. Gato made a move to touch Zabuza, but found his wrist in a bone-crunching grip of Haku. Gato looked up at Girl only to see 2 icy pits staring right back at him. Scum like you don't deserve to touch him. Haku growled this out with almost a death threat in every word. Gato tried to wench his arm free, but only got Haku to increase her grip until she heard a bone crack. The guards decided to act on that moment, but before they could even draw their blades, they found Sunbon being placed against their necks. I would really rethink that idea if you want to live. The 2 gently released their swords as they placed their hands to their sides. Enough! Haku looked at the sound of the voice to find Gato standing back up with a sneer on his face. When Zabuza is awake, tell him that I expect the bridge builder dead before this week is up. Gato turned to the door and left with his bodyguards. Haku continued to glare at the door as she turned around to see Zabuza loosen his grip on his kunai. Haku smiled as she sat down next to him and waited to see if he improved. Triple X. Itachi sat on the dock overlooking a lake with zero emotion in his eyes. Footsteps brought Itachi back to the waking world as he turned to see his partner, Kisame, grinning down at him. What are you doing here? Kisame questioned. But Itachi simply turned his gaze back to the water. Kisame sighed as he sat down on the dock as well, still grinning. What do you want? Kisame let out a laugh as he stretched. I don't want anything. This got Itachi's attention. Our grand leader wants to talk to the both of us. Itachi nodded solemnly, already knowing what it was about. Itachi stood up along with Kisame as they made the trek back to the hideout. The 2 entered the darkened cave with only a faint glow guiding them. As they entered the spacious opening, a ghostly image greeted them. Itachi gave a slight tilt of his head, but Kisame just continued to smile. Zetsu has located the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Pain announced as he looked at the 2. He is in Nami no Kuni. Itachi and Kisame nodded their heads as they walked out of the cave, leaving the image to fade into nothing. Kisame was all smiles even when the ground began to move up. Itachi narrowed his eyes as Zetsu made his appearance. I'm here to give you a fair warning. Kisame brushed past the plant man with a bloodlust flowing through his eyes. I don't care, Kisame spoke. I just want to fight this punk and get it over with. Kisame walked off, leaving Itachi alone with the plant. What is it? Itachi asked with a slight irritated tone in his voice. I have other things to do than talk to you. Yes. Well, I thought you would like to know this. Zetsu paused, waiting to see Itachi's reaction, but getting nothing from the stoic Uchiha. I felt your brother's chakra as well. Itachi's eyes barely lifted, but for the most part he didn't move. Zetsu gave a nod of his head as he began to sink underground. I thought you would like to know. Itachi glared at the plant as he vanished. Itachi looked towards his partner only to see him waiting impatiently. Triple X. Kakashi smiled as he saw everyone begin to get a better grip on their chakra control. Shino being from the Aburame clan didn't have much chakra to spare because of their special relationship. Sasuke was steadily getting better and better with each try. Kiba was right below Sasuke, but wasn't any closer in closing the gap between them. Kakashi let the teams continue for a couple more hours, before allowing them to walk to the house to rest. Kurenai walked towards Kakashi with a smile on her face. Today has been very productive. Kakashi nodded his head in agreement. I've been meaning to ask this for a while. Kurenai gave Kakashi a confused glance as he smiled at her. How are you and Asuma doing? Kurenai couldn't stop the blush on her face from showing up as Kakashi vanished with a chuckle. Kakashi appeared in front of the house and entered without any further delay. As Kakashi entered the home, he saw everyone looking at a bingo book. What's going on? Hinata picked the book up and offered Kakashi the book. Kakashi took the book from Hinata and looked at the page. Kakashi's lone eye widened as he read a page on Naruto's alias, Ginkaku. C rank, wanted for assisting the escape of Kinkaku and Ginkaku from Kumogakure forces. Futon user, approach with caution. Kakashi stopped reading after that, not quite believing what he just read. Kumo was making Naruto out to be a monster without self-resistant. Kakashi closed the book and dropped it to the ground. Everyone watched as the sliver-haired ninja left them. XXX. Kakashi was sitting on the hill looking at a picture of his team, but mostly at Minato. Kakashi was feeling many different emotions, but mostly guilt. I'm sorry, sensei. Kakashi managed to croak out as a tear fell out of his eye. I failed to protect Naruto and now he is dashed. Kakashi stopped, not being able to finish the sentence. Kakashi sat there until a giant shadow fell over him. Kakashi turned around to see everyone staring at him. Kakashi sighed as he stood up, putting the photo away. I know I've been distraught during the past couple of days, but dash. Kakashi stopped as everyone grabbed a part of his body and dragged him back to the house. You need to rest, Kurenai answered bluntly, leaving no room for argument. Kakashi looked at everyone's face and saw smiles. Kakashi chuckled slightly. I've been an idiot. This caused everyone to stop. I shouldn't be feeling bad about what I couldn't do. I should be focused on what I can do. Kakashi looked at his team and Kurenai's team with his trademark eye smile. And one of those things is bringing Naruto back to Konoha before Kumo can get him. Everyone nodded their heads, happy to have Kakashi back to normal again. The group made their way towards the house for rest for whatever was waiting for them tomorrow. XXX. Naruto nodded his head from his spot on the tree above where Kakashi was. Naruto was about to make his way down when Suigetsu appeared next to him. Is everything ready? Naruto didn't bother looking at Suigetsu, but was still smiling. Yes, Suigetsu stated with certainty in his voice. The tags have been set up exactly where you told me to place them. Naruto nodded his head as he stood up and jumped down from the tree. But what if Zabuza attacks them somewhere else? Naruto chuckled at Suigetsu's comment. Because the bridge is the perfect place to attack, Naruto finished with a gleam in his blue eyes. Besides, where else can you get an ocean view? This statement caused the two to laugh as they walked away to get ready for the battle ahead. Kakashi awoke to the sound of grunts of pain. As he looked outside, he saw the teams back at the training exercise. Kakashi found himself smiling as he grabbed his flak jacket and began to walk outside. The effect was almost immediate. The moment Kakashi stepped out the door, everyone stopped what they were doing. I see everyone is having fun, Kakashi joked as he stepped towards the genin. Kakashi looked around with a confused expression until he turned his gaze to Kurenai. Where is Tazuna? Kurenai looked towards the hill that had a figure silhouetted by the risen sun. He said he likes the view. Kurenai watched as Kakashi made his way up to Tazuna. Tazuna heard the approaching footsteps and turned to see Kakashi. It's almost done. Kakashi looked out and saw the bridge near completed. Kakashi looked down at Tazuna and saw the old man's proud smile. You're doing a good thing, Kakashi finally stated, getting a solemn nod from the bridge builder. When you head out, my team will escort and provide protection. Kurenai's team is going to stay behind and protect your family. Tazuna nodded his head, still wearing his smile. Kakashi turned from the sight and headed back down the hill, leaving Tazuna to his thoughts. As Kakashi was walking down the hill, Kurenai stood waiting for him. "So what's the plan?" Kurenai questioned. "Gato will make a move to kill Tazuna today." Kakashi nodded his head while casting a glance towards the genin. "My team will escort Tazuna," Kakashi answered back, receiving a questioning look from Kurenai. "Your team will stay behind and watch over his family. The reason being is that Zabuza is most likely going to be at that bridge." Kurenai nodded her head, knowing that her team, despite working well together, wouldn't be able to take on Zabuza. Kakashi turned just in time to catch Tazuna grabbing his tools and hoisting them on his back. Team 7 watched as Kakashi motioned them to follow as he followed Tazuna. Kurenai gestured her team into the house, leaving Kakashi to protect Tazuna. XXX. As they approached the bridge, Kakashi knew something was amiss. A thick mist had moved over the area as the bridge came into sight. The first thing they saw was the prone forms of Tazuna's helpers. Tazuna rushed to the sides of each of them and checked to make sure they were all right. Team 7, however, knew what was about to happen. Everyone flinched as they heard the laughter. "Looks like we meet again." The mist parted slightly to reveal Zabuza and Haku next to him. Zabuza looked around the area with a puzzled expression. "Dukaku isn't here yet." Zabuza put more emphasis on the last word as he hefted his sword off his back. Haku didn't move, but her eyes followed every twitch the group made. Kakashi made the first move. Zabuza smirked as he brought his blade in front of him, blocking Kakashi's kunai blade. Haku ran towards Tazuna in a flash of speed with Sunban already out, but she was forced away by a kick from Sasuke. "Sakura, Sai, Sasuke," Kakashi shouted out. "I want you guys to guard Tazuna." The genin in question gave Kakashi a nod each, as they made a wall in front of Tazuna. Haku kept her distance as she stood up. Sasuke had a look of eagerness as he crouched into a low stance. Sai pulled out his scroll and was already drawing animals on it. Sakura pulled out her kunai and got ready for battle. Haku narrowed her eyes as Sasuke vanished before reappearing behind her. As Haku turned around, Sasuke's leg connected to her ribs. Haku buckled her legs to keep from skidding backwards. Sasuke glared down at her as she grabbed his leg. Kakashi turned around to see Haku begin to weave seals with one hand. "What?" Haku stomped her foot, splashing water into the air. "Suetun, Sensatsu Susho, water release, 1,000 flying water needles of death." Sasuke looked around as the water around them turned into needles. Sasuke glared at Haku as the needles began their descent. But before they hit, a black tendril of ink wrapped around Sasuke midsection. Haku looked towards the source to see Sai staring back. The ink suddenly lurched backwards, pulling Sasuke with it. Haku looked towards the water needles and released her jutsu, making the needles explode, showering the area in a light shower. Sasuke stood up the moment he touched the ground, but found himself restrained by Sai's ink. "Let me go!" All Sasuke got out of his outburst was Sai narrowing his eyes. "We need to work together." Sasuke glared at Sai as the ink slowly dripped down his body. "We have a better chance of beating her if we attack at the same time." Sasuke's glare eased up as he saw reason behind Sai's words. Sai turned to Sakura with a smile on his face. "Sakura, stay here just in case she gets through." Sakura nodded her head and watched as Sai and Sasuke walked towards Haku. Sasuke suddenly had a smirk on his face as he dropped into a stance. "Just stay out of my way," Sasuke warned. Dust jumped into the air as the two charged Haku, but as the two closed the distance, they noticed something strange. It was getting colder. XXX. Kakashi kicked Zabuza away, avoiding his blade at the same time. As Kakashi landed on the ground, he looked back towards Sasuke and Sai. Kakashi's ear twitched as he heard the sound of the air whistling around something. Metal meet metal as Kakashi blocked Zabuza's strike. "Your worry will soon be over." Zabuza's words echoed through Kakashi with an eerie meaning. Haku is about to get serious. That is when Kakashi felt the chill. Kakashi shoved Zabuza away as he jumped backwards, getting distance from the swordsman. The ground shook a little as Zabuza stabbed the blade into the bridge. Kakashi brought his blade in a defensive stance ready for Zabuza's attack, but the man just flicked a finger behind Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head slightly to see what Zabuza just pointed at. The kunai in Kakashi's hand dropped at what he saw. Sasuke and Sai were both inside a dome made out of ice mirrors. Does she have a Kekkei Genkai? Zabuza finished with a smirk. Yes, and let me tell you this. Those two are going to die. Before Kakashi knew it, Zabuza was standing in front of him with the sword an inch of Kakashi's chest. Don't get any ideas. If you move in their direction, I'll kill the bridge builder in a second. Kakashi's eye narrowed as Zabuza placed the blade back on his shoulder. Kakashi stole one last glance towards his students before charging Zabuza. XXX. To say Sasuke was angry would be an understatement. Nothing Sasuke did could melt or break the sheets of ice surrounding Sai and him. All around the two trapped genin were images of Haku. There is no escape, Haku's voice echoed around them. Just give up. Sasuke growled as he jumped towards the nearest mirror only for him to have Senbon thrown at his legs. Sasuke fell to the ground in a heap. Sai made a move to draw, but stopped when a Senbon was embedded into his scroll. Please just give up. Sai showed no emotion as he laid his scroll on the ground. Sasuke attempted to get up, but was stopped by Sai. We can't beat her, Sai warned as he eased Sasuke back down. She has the upper hand. Sasuke pushed Sai away as he stood up. Sai watched as Sasuke yanked the Senbon out of his leg with a dangerous smirk on his face. Just as Sai reached for Sasuke, he charged the mirrors again. The area was suddenly filled with a blinding light as Sasuke and Sai were attacked once more. As Sasuke fell to the ground, Sai caught a glimpse of the Uchiha smile. I can almost see it. Sai's eyes narrowed in confusion as he turned to Haku's reflection to see that the bottom of her clothing was torn. Sai turned and looked at Sasuke's clenched fist to see the torn garment. Sasuke slowly staggered to his feet, dropping the cloth. Amazing, is this his Sharingan? Next time I'm going to force you out of those mirrors, Sasuke shouted out with anger in his voice. Next thing everyone else knew, a giant wave of water appeared in the center of the ice dome. Kakashi and Zabuza stopped in mid-lunge as they felt the familiar chakra hit them. As the wave subsided, two forms could be made out. I hope we're not tardy to the party, a voice echoed as the rest of the water was blasted away. Because I can't stand being late to a fight. Naruto and Suigetsu both stood in front of Sasuke and Sai wearing smiles. Kakashi looked at Naruto and saw he was still wearing the same flak jacket, but took the liberty of replacing his torn sleeve with a new one. Suigetsu, get those two out of here. Suigetsu nodded his head as his body began to turn into water. Haku narrowed her eyes behind her mask as Naruto stood in front of the mirror she was hiding in. Naruto leaned forward, his face an inch away from the ice. Naruto's smile never faltered as his eyes looked into Haku's. Before Haku could react, Naruto punched the ice mirror, creating spider cracks along its surface. Out of instinct, Haku jumped into the mirror right above her original place. He knew, Haku thought in shock. He knew exactly where I was. Then Naruto turned his gaze up to Haku. Now, Naruto said with a sigh. Am I going to have to come up there and get you? Haku gritted her teeth as she began her attack. Naruto's eyes narrowed in amusement as the dome was filled with white light. Just as Haku began her assault, Naruto, in a blink of an eye, grabbed her by her wrist. Zabuza couldn't believe what he just saw. The twinkle of amusement never left Naruto's eyes as he released Haku. You're confused. The statement knocked Haku out of her shock as she disappeared back into another mirror. Allow me to explain. You see, I can sense you, but I'm not talking about your chakra. I'm talking about your emotions, or more to the point, your negative emotions. Kakashi couldn't believe what he had just heard. No sensorin was good enough to sense people through their emotions. Then it hit him. Naruto was the host for the Kyuubi, a creature of pure malice that also could sense people's negative emotions. Did Naruto gain that ability? Naruto looked away from Haku and saw Suigetsu nod at him as he laid the struggling Sasuke and Sai on the ground. Now I have busy to deal with. Just as Naruto turned around, Haku made her move. She reappeared behind Naruto, throwing Senbon at his back, but never hit their target. Sorry, Suigetsu spoke as he dropped the Senbon. But I'm your opponent. Haku jumped back as she watched Naruto exit the dome of ice. Zabuza grinned under his mask as Naruto approached him. Now, where were we? Naruto questioned as he pulled out his kunai. XXX. Hinata slowly rotated her head, scanning the area with her Byakugan. As Hinata turned her gaze into the west tree line, she saw something puzzling. Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai ran to Hinata as she pointed towards the disturbance. What Kurenai saw puzzled the Jonin, but it also put her on alert. The Jonin approached the figures as silently as possible, but as she turned on them, she realized it wasn't needed. The two men were lying against the trees with blank eyes. Right away, Kurenai knew they were trapped in a very powerful Genjutsu. Hinata waited at the door until Kurenai nodded her head that it was safe. Hinata walked towards Kurenai only to stop at the sight of the men. Are they? Kurenai shook her head as she stood up with a sad expression in her eyes. They died by a very powerful Genjutsu. Her response shocked Hinata. Whoever put this on them knew exactly what they were doing. Kurenai gently closed the men's eyes as she scanned the area. Hinata did the same but trembled at the sight. Kurenai saw Hinata sweat a little. What's wrong? Two giant chakra sources, Hinata replied as she swallowed hard. They're heading straight for the bridge. Kurenai narrowed her eyes at that statement. After deactivating her Byakugan, Hinata turned to her sensei. What do we do now? I want you to tell Kiba and Shino to stay here, Kurenai stated slowly as she turned towards the bridge. I will be back as soon as I can. Hinata felt like arguing, but knew it was pointless. Hinata watched as Kurenai jumped away as she returned to the house. So what happened? Kiba questioned as Hinata sat down and began to explain. As Hinata finished, she could tell Kiba was angry at being left behind. But Shino remained as silent as ever. I can't believe she left like that. Tsunami smiled at the genin as she sat drinks down for them. She's just worried about you. Kiba's anger seemed to dissipate slightly at Tsunami's words. I know that, Kiba finally replied as he sat down. But judging from what Hinata told us, those chakra signatures only spell out bad news. Shino nodded his head as Hinata looked out the window. XXX. Naruto was smiling ear to ear as he blocked another strike from Zabuza. Zabuza went for another swing with his blade, but was forced to evade a kunai thrown by Kakashi. As Kakashi landed next to Naruto, Zabuza had his sword on his back. Kirigakure no Jutsu, Zabuza announced as the mist began to thicken until Naruto and Kakashi couldn't see anything. All they could hear was their own breathing. This is where it gets fun. Zabuza's voice rang through the mist. Kakashi pulled out a kunai as he revealed his Sharingan, but Naruto continued to gaze around. Just as Kakashi was about to speak to Naruto, he did something Kakashi didn't expect. Naruto slammed his glowing palm of chakra onto the ground. Kakashi watched as a single seal appeared on the ground, but quickly expanded until it was a 20-foot wide square. What are you up to, boy? Naruto just smiled as the seals began to glow with chakra until they shot upwards into a giant barrier. A little gift from my brothers, Naruto answered as he created his wind blade. It's a simple barrier, but it'll stay together long enough for us to finish. Naruto waited for Zabuza's response, but again could only hear Kakashi and his own breathing. Just as Naruto thought Zabuza was trying to sneak up on them, he heard the chuckle. It was almost too soft to heard, but it was there. So you are trying to separate me from the bridge builder? Naruto didn't respond, he just kept on grinning. Kakashi looked down at the blonde Jinchuriki with a smile his face. Good job. Naruto nodded his head as he leveled his blade of wind. XXX. Sasuke wasn't happy about Suigetsu dragging him out of his fight. He tried on multiple occasions to get back into the fight, but was stopped by Sai wrapping him in black ink. We can't beat them. was Sai said to the angry Uchiha. Sakura was relieved that her teammates were okay, but now her worry extended to the people who helped them. That kid who turned his body into water was fighting Haku, and Naruto was fighting Zabuza with Kakashi. Sai looked at Sakura and saw the worry on her face. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Sakura turned and saw Sai with a confident smile on his face. Oh, if that isn't cute. A sleazy voice spoke up behind the group. The team turned towards the voice to see Gato with a huge group of mercenaries behind him. Triple X. Suigetsu jumped back just as Haku released a barrage of ice shards aimed at him. Despite being on the defensive, Suigetsu was enjoying the fight. Haku, on the other hand, was slowly losing chakra. Whenever he dodges, he turns into water. Haku thought as she threw more shards of ice at the water Nin. The next time I will have to use that to my advantage. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes as he charged Haku. Just as Suigetsu swung his sword at Haku, she threw her senbon at Suigetsu's eyes. Out of reflex, Suigetsu reverted his body into water. But just as his body was turning back, Haku placed her hand into Suigetsu's chest. What are you doing? Suigetsu questioned as Haku frowned sadly under her mask.
I'm sorry.
Suigetsu was confused until he felt a chilly sensation spread throughout his body. He looked down to see a layer of ice already forming over his body. Damn! Suigetsu growled as his body was frozen solid. Haku gently pulled her hand out of Suigetsu's chest and looked towards Tazuna, only to stop moving at what she saw. Gato was standing next to Tazuna with Team 7 restrained. Hello? Gato said in a voice that betrayed his plan. Where is your master? All of a sudden the area shook as a small explosion caught everyone's attention. They all looked towards the glowing barrier, only to see it shatter. As the mist cleared, 3 figures broke through the fog. Naruto and Kakashi clothing was torn and ripped, but Kakashi was the only sporting any sort of injury. Zabuza had one arm hanging limp on his left side and sported a gash that went down his eye. Haku then did the one thing she shouldn't have. She turned her back on Gato.
Zabuza-sama.
Zabuza turned just in time to see a brave mercenary run up to Haku and place something on her back. Haku turned on a dime and froze the man in place, but suddenly collapsed. What dash dot? Gato quickly silenced anything she was about to say by hitting her with his cane. I have plenty of resources, girl, Gato growled in anger. I paid no expense to deal with you too. Gato glanced up to a now angered Zabuza, but just as Zabuza took a step forward, a blade was pressed against Haku's neck. Zabuza stopped despite everything, something Naruto didn't miss. Gato couldn't keep the smile off his face. I've brought many different ceiling tags in order to keep you two under control. Tazuna's hand twitched towards the hammer on his belt, but received the blunt end of a spear in his gut for it. Kakashi looked towards his students as they looked at the blades pressed against their skin. The only one not in angry was Naruto. In fact, he was smiling. Gato's eyes narrowed at Naruto. What's funny, so funny? Naruto shrugged as he pointed towards Suigetsu in his ice tomb. Ask him. Naruto's cryptic message angered Gato further as he pressed the blade harder against Haku. Stop with the riddles? Gato shouted in anger. A hand was suddenly placed on Gato's shoulder, silencing the man. Gato turned his head slowly towards the hand's owner, only to see Suigetsu staring back at him. It wasn't a riddle. Suigetsu smiled down at Gato. Before anyone could react, Suigetsu's blade pierced Gato's left shoulder, forcing him to drop his blade. Suigetsu turned his head to Team 7 as he threw Gato at the mercenaries holding them. All but one mercenary was hit. He quickly drew his sword back and went for the kill on Sai, but found his blade unable to move. He looked up to see the glaring eyes of Kakashi. Kakashi grabbed the man by his shirt and threw him off the bridge, before going to work freeing his team. All the while, Naruto had taken the liberty of taking the tag off of Haku. After asking Haku was she okay, Naruto stalked towards Gato. Naruto looked down at the cowering man with the same smile as before. Gato looked around for his mercenaries, but found they had all fled. Please, Gato begged. I'll pay you anything you want. Naruto shook his head as he pointed to Zabuza. I'm not the one you should be begging to. Gato watched in horror as Zabuza dropped his sword in exchange for a kunai. Each step Zabuza took, Gato felt death walk towards him. With a scream of fear, Gato went to flee, but stopped when Zabuza appeared in front of him. Before he could say a word, Zabuza plunged the kunai deep into Gato's chest. Blood poured out of Gato's mouth, but before a drop could hit the bridge, Zabuza tossed the man over the side. Naruto sat crouched on the side of the bridge as he watched Gato's corpse hit the water. Is everyone okay? Kakashi asked. Naruto stood up and walked towards Suigetsu, patting him on the shoulder. Nice work, Naruto commented with a smile. I wouldn't have thrown Gato, but still can't argue with results. Naruto glanced towards a struggling Haku and went to help, but in a split second was forced to duck underneath Zabuza's blade. Naruto's smile was replaced with a look of rage. In a display of speed, Naruto pulled out a kunai just in time to block Zabuza's next attack. Naruto jumped back to avoid Zabuza's next swing, but saw Kakashi appear behind the swordsman. Zabuza turned just in time to see Kakashi swing the blade of a kunai aimed at his back. This is the end of you, Kakashi commented in a dead voice. Blood splattered across the ground, but it didn't belong to Zabuza. Kakashi stared wide-eyed at the newest target of his attack, Naruto. Naruto managed to place his hand in the direct line of impact of Kakashi's kunai. Zabuza was about to bring his blade up when Naruto twisted his body and gave both Kakashi and Zabuza chakra-enhanced kicks. The two jonins were sent skidding back from the force of the attacks. Naruto glared at the two with nothing sort of pure hatred. We are done fighting, Naruto announced with a voice leaving no room for argument. Naruto walked over to the shocked Haku and held out his hand. Haku reached forward cautiously as Naruto gently helped her up. Naruto looked down at his hand and smiled as the wound completely vanished. With Gato gone, Haku and Zabuza is no longer our enemy. To prove his point, Naruto turned his back on Zabuza, but stopped when he felt the amount of killer intent coming from the other side of the bridge. Everyone looked at Naruto with concern as he actually started to shake slightly. Instead, we should be worried about them. Naruto turned his head around and saw two figures walking towards them. One of them was taller than the other and had a giant sword with a skull on its handle. The other one had bells on his straw hat, but that was where the differences stopped. They both had straw hats and wore black robes with red clouds on them. Zabuza and Suigetsu took on look at the bigger of the two and responded accordingly. Suigetsu turned his body into water. Zabuza, despite himself, put his body in front of Haku. Look at that, the bigger one said as he took off his hat, revealing a blue-skinned man with a shark-like appearance. It's nice to meet you again, Zabuza and Suigetsu. The two sneered at the man with a burning hatred in their eyes. Is there anyone you want to say hello to, Itachi? Sasuke froze solid as he looked up at the second man whose eyes burned with the Sharingan. Itachi took in the area as he removed his hat. Hello? Itachi's eyes burned straight at Sasuke, whose shock was now replaced with rage. Little brother. Everyone on the bridge could feel the tension in the air as the two groups stared each other down. The only one not staring at the two newcomers was Kakashi. He was currently staring at Sasuke. Kakashi knew what Sasuke was about to do, and he was preparing for his action. Be smart, Sasuke, Kakashi warned, but his words fell on deaf ears. With a scream of rage, Sasuke charged towards his brother, but never made it far. Kakashi appeared in front of the Uchiha and held him in place. Sasuke directed his glare at Kakashi. This isn't the place, Sasuke. Kakashi's voice held nothing short of a threat. Naruto turned his attention back to Kisame and Itachi, but stopped when he saw Kurenai appear behind Itachi. Time slowed as Kurenai went to stab her kunai into the Uchiha, but was halted by Kisame grabbing her wrist. Itachi turned his eyes to look at her, before returning his eyes to Naruto. What do I do with her? Kisame asked as his hand twitched towards Samahata. Itachi didn't answer as the Genjutsu mistress faded away. Kisame's eyes widened as he saw Kurenai appear next to Kakashi. So you used Genjutsu? Kurenai's eyes narrowed as she stared holes into Itachi. Everyone stayed like this for what seemed like forever. Naruto. Itachi broke the silence as he continued to stare at the Uzumaki. You are coming with us. The group looked at the blonde boy and saw a giant smile on his face. Kakashi walked towards Naruto and placed himself in front of the boy. What are you doing? Kakashi looked down at Naruto and gave him his eye smile. I made a promise that I would take you back to Konoha, Kakashi announced as grabbed his hand and began to pour chakra into it. And I won't go back on that promise. Kakashi's hand erupted into a ball of electricity, causing everyone to stare in surprise. That was when Zabuza acted while everyone was distracted. He quickly placed his blade on his back and grabbed Haku and vanished. Naruto's eyes looked towards the location Zabuza landed and frowned at the swordsman. Sorry, Zabuza replied with a strange tone of happiness in his voice. But I have other things to attend to. With that, Zabuza vanished, leaving the Konoha group to fight the Akatsuki. Naruto returned his gaze back to the problem at hand as Kakashi got ready to fight. Naruto sighed as he created his wind blade. Kakashi looked down at Naruto as he stepped forward along with Suigetsu. I'm still ready for a fight, Naruto reassured as he pointed his blade at Kisame. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, but knew he wouldn't be able to fight Itachi and Kisame by himself. Sasuke, on the other hand, was still furious and noticed the lack of attention. In a flash, Sasuke charged in a beeline towards Itachi. Sasuke, stop! Sasuke continued on without any thought, but to kill his brother. That was when Itachi spoke. So you've finally grown, Itachi stated as Sasuke's Sharingan sprung to life. Triple X. Haku stared at Zabuza as he turned his back on the scene below them. Come on, Haku, Zabuza ordered. We have other things we could be doing. After walking a few more steps, Zabuza stopped. He turned around to see Haku still staring at him. This was unlike Haku, and it puzzled Zabuza as he turned around. Why? Haku asked. We can help them. Why are we leaving them? Zabuza didn't know how to react. He stood Haku, basically asking him to help the people who just a few seconds ago were enemies. I thought I told you this, Zabuza said with a twinge of anger in his voice. That if I get a chance to escape, I'm taking it. Even at the cost of the boy who saved you. Zabuza didn't speak for a few seconds, but walked slowly towards the young girl. What are you talking about? Zabuza asked with a demanding tone. Naruto gave me those herbs, Haku answered as she pointed down to the blonde boy. If it wasn't for him, you would be still sick or worse. Zabuza glanced back to Naruto and chuckled as he turned away again. Haku stared at Zabuza as he continued on, but stopped again. We're leaving, Zabuza demanded with rage now entering his words. We can't help them and you know that. Haku still stood her ground, but turned her back to Zabuza. I'm sorry, Haku replied with genuine sadness in her voice. But if you won't repay the debt that you owe someone, then I will. With that, Haku vanished, leaving behind a very confused, angered, and worried Zabuza. Triple X. Sasuke was quickly defeated with a punch to the gut, followed by a kick to the face that sent flying towards Naruto. Naruto jumped out of Sasuke's way, but found him staring at Kisame's blade. In reaction, Naruto swung his wind blade to intercept, but the blade was absorbed. Goodbye, Kisame shouted as Samahata was within inches of Naruto's face. With a crash, debris was thrown across the area as Kakashi looked on, but as the dust cleared, Naruto was not there. That was too close, came Naruto's voice. Kakashi looked and saw Naruto standing next to a reforming Suigetsu. Thanks for the help, Suigetsu. Suigetsu just glared at Naruto as Kisame narrowed his eyes at the water Nin. I warned you about Samahata, Suigetsu berated. Naruto just smiled sheepishly at Suigetsu, earning him a quick slap to the head. A sudden crash caught Naruto's attention. Just as he turned his head towards the sound, Kakashi was sent sailing through the air. Narrowing, dodging Kakashi's body, Naruto found Itachi staring down at him. Itachi lowered a hand down at Naruto, but stopped when a wall of ice appeared in front of the Uzumaki. Naruto took the opportunity and jumped away from the Uchiha. Itachi suddenly found himself restrained by a tree. Genjutsu, Itachi quickly pointed out as Kurenai appeared out of the tree's trunk. Itachi stared at Kurenai as she plunged the kunai directly at Itachi's chest. Megan, Kyo Tenshiten, demonic illusion. Mirror heaven and earth change. Suddenly Kurenai's vision twisted and turned, forcing her eyes closed. But when she opened them, she saw Itachi standing in front of her. When she tried to move, she discovered her own Genjutsu was on her. Itachi leaned forward and took Kurenai's kunai from her hand and turned the blade on her. Kurenai closed her eyes as she began to stop her chakra flow. Just as the tip of the kunai was about to pierce Kurenai's neck, the Genjutsu broke. Kurenai ducked under the blade and jumped away from Itachi. Itachi narrowed his eyes at the Genjutsu mistress, but heard the sound of chirping birds. As he gazed up towards the sound, Itachi saw Kakashi already thrusting his blazing hand towards him. Naruto watched as the impact of Kakashi's jutsu as he turned to the one who saved him. "Thanks, Haku." Haku smiled as she kept her eyes on Kisame. "Where's Zabuza?" Haku's eyes darkened a little, but didn't answer the question. Naruto nodded as he pulled out a kunai from his pouch. Kisame made the first move, charging towards the group in a display of speed. Kisame brought his sword down, but was stopped when a wall of ice blocked his blade. He turned around just in time to grab Suigetsu's arm and fling him into the wall, shattering it. Just as the pieces fell, a chain of chakra wrapped around Kisame, pining his arms to his sides. The harder Kisame struggled, the tighter the chain became. "I didn't think a brat like you could do this." Naruto smiled as he held his left arm. "I blame genetics," Naruto responded as he held Kisame in place. Haku began to encase Kisame in ice, but that was when the man laughed. "What's so funny?" Suddenly the ice began to crack as Kisame gave Naruto a predatory grin. "I'm going to have fun with you three." With a grunt, Kisame shattered the ice and broke Naruto's chain in a single go. The three stared at the man in shock as he continued to chuckle. "Now, don't disappoint me." XXX. Hinata's eyes twitched as the chakra at the bridge flared. "Things are getting bad out there," Hinata unconsciously said out loud. She turned and saw her teammates look at each other. Shino stood up and began to pace around slowly. Kiba went too, gritting his teeth in agitation, and Hinata turned her attention back to the bridge. A sudden crash caught Hinata's attention. As she turned to the noise, she saw Kiba standing up, almost red from anger. "We should be out there." Akamaru barked in agreement, but Shino stared the two down. "Our orders are to stay here," Shino retorted with little emotion. Kiba glared at the Aburame until Hinata stood between the two. "That's enough, you two," Hinata stated as she walked towards the kitchen. As she rounded the doorway, she found herself face to face with Tsunami. The woman was smiling down at Hinata, but Hinata could tell it wasn't out of happiness. "Look, Hinata, I don't want you guys to lose someone important," Tsunami stated. Hinata started to brush the idea aside, but stopped when the chakra in the distance flared again. That was when she noticed it. There was a chakra signature that Hinata recognized, but it didn't belong to anyone from Konoha. Tsunami smiled as she saw Hinata bit her lip. "Go, Inari, and I can handle ourselves." Hinata looked at the woman one last time and nodded as she headed for the other two. "We're leaving," Hinata stated plainly before heading to the door without waiting for a response. Shino and Kiba stood and watched with a mixture of shock and surprise. Just as Hinata opened the door, she poked her head back in. "Are you guys coming or not?" This seemed to knock the two out of their confusion as they headed for the door. XXX. Zabuza was nearing the coastline that would take him away from Nami no Kuni, but stopped short of his goal. He was confused about what had just occurred with Haku. She never disobeyed an order, but this time it was different. Zabuza should have been furious, but he couldn't muster up the energy to be anger. Instead, he felt a new feeling: fear. He feared that Haku wouldn't make it through the fight. He was afraid that she would die. Zabuza looked down at his side, expecting to see his companion, only to see an empty space. Zabuza would never admit it, but he was feeling alone. Years of having Haku with him, Zabuza grew accustomed to having someone to talk to. Shit, Zabuza mumbled as he turned his eyes back to the bridge. There was only one other thing Zabuza would never tell anyone. Deep down he cared about the little girl he rescued. Triple X. Kisame jumped back as a dragon composed of ice roared to life. The dragon slammed into the ground Kisame was standing on, but missed the shark man. Just as Kisame's feet touched the ground, his feet were frozen in place. Kisame turned his eyes down, but the attack came from behind. Suigetsu erupted out of the cracks in the ice with a kunai in hand. The smile on Kisame's face grew bigger as he caught the blade. "Is that all you got?" Kisame teased as he shattered the ice once more. Kisame threw Suigetsu to the ground as he swung his blade up. D. Kisame's eyes widened as Suigetsu smiled while pointing up. Kisame looked up to see Naruto above him holding his wind blade. Futon. Kaze no Kizu. Wind release. Wine scar. Naruto swung the blade down, pointing the tip to Kisame. In a flash, the blade shot forward before gouging the place Kisame was in an instant. Naruto landed on the ground, catching his breath, but was smiling as Suigetsu reappeared next to him. "You're lucky I turned back into water," Suigetsu retorted as Naruto chuckled. Then Naruto saw something that turned his blood cold. Kisame's figure slowly emerged out of the dust. The man was fine. There wasn't even a scratch on him. The only evidence he was even in a fight was his torn cloak. Haku at that point made another wall of ice in front of them as Kisame slowly approached them. Samahata was quivering at this point with excitement. Kisame glanced at his blade before swinging the blade at the ice. Haku watched as the ice shattered under the impact. "He's a monster," Haku thought with despair. The man broke through everything she threw at him. Naruto's jutsu didn't seem to hurt him, and Suigetsu couldn't hold him in place. "I wish you were here, Zabuza." Naruto looked at Suigetsu and the two shared an unspoken agreement. "Haku." Naruto's voice sounded through Haku's stupor. "I need you make another ice wall big enough where I can get above him." Haku nodded and noticed that Suigetsu was standing at the edge of the bridge. At this point, Kisame stopped his approach as his grip tightened on his blade. "I can't believe this," Kisame remarked. "I won't have to use a single jutsu to beat you kids up." Naruto narrowed his eyes as he began to build up his chakra. Kisame felt the chakra spike and smiled even more at the Jinchuriki. "Whatever you have planned, it won't work on me." With those words, Kisame charged only for another wall of ice to appear. Kisame went to swing his blade, but stopped when he saw movement to his left. Suetun. Hahanryu. Water release. Tearing torrent. Suigetsu shouted out as a spiral of water appeared around him. Kisame turned towards Suigetsu and brought Samahata around just in time to hit the water wave. Suigetsu staggered a little from the sudden chakra depletion, but was still smiling. Kisame looked up before grabbing Naruto by his neck. With anger in his face, Kisame slammed Naruto onto the bridge, creating spider cracks along its surface. "The same trick won't work twice." Naruto's smile seemed to deflate Kisame's anger and replace it with confusion. "What makes you think this is the same trick?" Kisame watched as Naruto's body became transparent. Bunshin Daibakuha. Clone Great Explosion. Kisame made a move to jump back, but was too late. The clone exploded, sending wind blades all across the bridge, gouging out pieces of it. Kisame finally emerged from the smoke, bleeding from several cuts that adorned his body. "Now it's the same." Kisame turned his head just in time to see Naruto's wind sword cut him across the chest. Kisame glared at the boy as he fell to the ground. Triple X. Itachi, Kakashi, and Kurenai all stopped for a second to look at the scene behind them. Itachi had to give the three genin credit for working together, but knew it was only a matter of time. Kakashi was surprised by Naruto using an A-rank ninjutsu in combination with a futon bunshin. That was when Kurenai saw Sasuke's head turn towards Itachi. In a flash, Kurenai managed to throw Sasuke back to Sakura, Sai, and Tazuna. "Get out of here," was all she said before turning her attention back to Itachi. Itachi's eyes locked on his brother's as a small smile appeared on his face. "Say hello to Mom for me," Itachi said with a strange tone in his voice that no one could place. Kurenai turned her eyes back to the group as they nodded. Sasuke struggled to get free as Sai wrapped him in rope made of ink. The four slowly retreated away from the battle as another explosion sounded right where Naruto was. This caused everyone to turn just as a blur flew by. Kakashi's eyes widened as his Sharingan picked up the image. Naruto crashed into the other side of the bridge, holding his now bleeding arm. Struggling, Naruto stood up with his left arm hanging to his side. Then, before anyone could react, Kisame appeared beside the stunned boy. Itachi saw the look on Kisame's face and almost went to stop his partner. Kisame delivered a bone-snapping kick to Naruto's side, sending the boy skidding across the ground in a heap. Kakashi turned to go help Naruto, but Itachi stepped in front of him. "I'm sorry, but we are not finished." Itachi's hand twitched as a large amount of killer intent flooded out of the Jonin. "Step away," Kakashi warned with an eerie tone in his voice. Itachi remained where he was, but pulled out a kunai. Without so much as a thought, Kakashi charged the Uchiha. Naruto didn't hear much, his ears were ringing, but what he could hear were faint sounds of metal against metal. Then, a shadow fell over the Uzumaki. Looking up, Naruto found a very pissed-off Kisame. "I made an error," Kisame muttered, gritting his teeth. Naruto tried to get up, but fell again. Samahata was slowly raised until it was above Kisame. "This time I'm going to cut your arms off." The blade descended towards Naruto, but Naruto didn't flinch. If he was going down, he wasn't going to let Kisame know he was afraid. The impact shook the bridge, but the attack never made contact with Naruto. A dome of ice had formed around Naruto with Haku and Suigetsu inside. Naruto turned and saw Suigetsu's arms frozen solid. "He's using his body to strengthen the ice," Naruto thought with some surprise. Haku let out a shallow breath as she staggered as Kisame lifted his blade again, only to bring it down again. Naruto's eyes narrowed as spider cracks began to develop along the ice. "It won't hold up for much longer." That was when the smile returned to Kisame. "It's over." But just as he brought the blade up, a shadow fell over the shark Nin. Kisame turned his gaze up only to be forced to block a giant sword. "No one is hurting those two." The voice of the one person no one thought would return rang across the bridge. Zabuza glared down at the fellow swordsman. The two jumped away from each other. Zabuza turned his gaze towards Haku and Naruto. "Are you two okay?" Naruto went to get up, but collapsed once again in a groan of pain. Looking down, Naruto noticed it was taking longer for his wounds to heal. As slowly as he could, Zabuza maneuvered himself towards the dome. The dome finally shattered as Haku collapsed, but never hit the ground. Haku looked at the arm that caught her and saw it belonged to Zabuza. Naruto managed to smile as Suigetsu turned from Kisame to tend to Naruto. "I thought you had other business to attend to," Naruto tempted with his fox smile. Zabuza turned one of his eyes towards the boy, but still chuckled at his attempt of acting brave. With a groan of pain, Naruto forced himself up to a standing position. Zabuza looked at the boy's status and knew immediately he was hurting. Naruto could barely stand, was down to one arm, and from the way he was breathing was running low on chakra. Naruto went to take a step, but Zabuza's blade was slammed in front of him. "I'll handle this," Zabuza stated with no room for argument. The three looked at the man as he approached Kisame. Zabuza rested his giant blade on his shoulder as his gaze never left Kisame. The two stood there looking at each other as Kisame's sword twitched. The two vanished only to reappear with their own swords locked together. Zabuza pushed Kisame back, freeing their swords once more. Kisame brought his sword down, causing Zabuza to dodge. Kisame looked towards the Zabuza as he swung his blade at him. Kisame jumped over the sword and threw his sword into the air. "Goodbye," Kisame chuckled out. Zabuza jumped back as Kisame finished his hand signs. "Suetun, Suikoden no Jutsu, water release, water shark bullet technique." Right behind Kisame, the water below the bridge shot up while forming the front end of a shark. The shark angled itself at Zabuza, but Zabuza stopped going through his own hand signs. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Behind Zabuza, a wave of water erupted before taking the form of a dragon. The two attacks collided, but neither one gave an inch. Then, Kisame did the one thing Zabuza didn't expect. Kisame jumped right into his own jutsu. That was when both jutsu turned back into water. Kisame appeared in front of Zabuza holding a now glowing Samahata. You used Samahata to absorb the chakra. Zabuza realized as Samahata was swung at him. Nice seeing you again, Kisame teased as he went for Zabuza's head, but instead found a kunai thrown at him. Kisame grabbed the blade, giving Zabuza a chance to avoid his strike. Kisame's eyes ignited into rage as he looked towards the person who threw the blade. Naruto stood his ground with a proud smile as the kunai began to sizzle. Kisame went to release the blade, but it exploded just as he pulled his arm back. Zabuza landed next to the boy and glared at him. "What?" Naruto asked with a shrug. "You looked like you were in trouble. So, I gave Fish Face a little present." Zabuza didn't know whether to hit the boy or thank him. He went with both. Naruto buckled as the hilt of Zabuza's blade connected with his head. "What was that for?" Zabuza chuckled as he brought his sword around. "Thanks for the help, kid." Naruto smiled, but stopped when he felt the killer intent. Zabuza watched as Naruto started to sweat as he looked towards the dust. A lone figure began to emerge out of the debris. Zabuza couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kisame was walking out of the blast zone with his newly created wound healing. "I've been taking it easy on you bastards," Kisame growled out with eyes that seemed to glow with bloodlust. "But this time you will feel the full sting of my blade." Zabuza barely had a second to bring his blade up as Kisame appeared in front of him. Naruto felt the air rush by him and turned just time to see the spot Zabuza was explode from the impact. Naruto jumped away from the impact zone only for Kisame to reappear in front of him. Naruto brought a kunai to try and block Kisame's blade, but was instead kicked in the stomach. Haku watched in shock as Naruto's body made a crater in the ground. As Naruto tried to get up, Kisame stomped on the boy, giving him the sound of ribs cracking. "Stop it!" Kisame turned to the voice only to see a wave of ice. With a single swing, Kisame destroyed the ice and fixed his murderous eyes on Haku. Naruto looked towards Haku as blood dripped out of his mouth. When Naruto tried to warn Haku, pain shot through his entire body. Suigetsu stepped in front of Haku holding his katana. Kisame shook his head as he looked at Itachi's fight with Kakashi. "Unlike my partner over there," Kisame spoke with an eerie voice, like knives being sharpened. "When I get angry, I don't hold back." Before he knew what happened, Suigetsu found Samahata slammed against his side. Suigetsu skidded across the ground as he tried to regain his balance, but the moment he stopped his momentum, Kisame appeared above him. The area shook as Suigetsu was blasted through the bridge into the water below. "Now it's your turn." Haku couldn't stop shaking as Kisame approached his prey. Then, as though she awoke, Haku stomped her foot while slapping her hands together. "Hayatan, Haryu Moko, Ice Release. Tearing Dragon, Fierce Tiger." As Haku finished the jutsu, the fragments of her other jutsus began to collide together. After all the ice was collected, it began to form into a tiger shape. Kisame's eyes narrowed in disgust as the tiger roared and charged. But Kisame simply brought his sword up. The tiger smacked into the sword, but simply shattered as the chakra holding it together was devoured. Haku's eyes widened as Kisame disappeared. "This time stay dead." Haku turned around just as Kisame swung his blade. Blood splattered across the bridge as the blade made contact, but it wasn't on Haku. Zabuza had managed to throw himself in front of Kisame's blade with his own sword to defend, but from the shattered pieces of metal it didn't stand a chance. Blood dripped out of Zabuza's mouth as spikes poked out of his back. Tears started to form in Haku's eyes as Zabuza coughed and shook uncontrollable. "Why?" Kisame didn't give Zabuza a chance to answer. He ripped Samahata out of the swordsman just as he kicked the dying man at Haku. Without thinking, Haku caught the man who saved her. The two were sent backwards as Haku tried to hold Zabuza still. Please yo, you can't die," Haku pleaded as Kisame approached the two. "How cute," Kisame spoke with no care about the distress he had just caused. "You'll be able to see him again in the afterlife." Kisame charged towards Haku, but stopped when a swarm of bugs appeared in front of him. Kisame growled as he jumped back and turned towards the source. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino all stood still looking at the scene before them. "Fine, you want to die first. I'll be more than happy to oblige." Kisame charged at the three, but Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the three. In a roar of rage, Kisame brought his blade around at the blonde Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Kisame found his blade passing through nothing but open air. As the shark Nin turned towards the large chakra source, he saw a frightening image. Naruto's entire being was encased in a yellow shroud that released chakra as flickers of flames. As Naruto raised his head, Kisame saw his eyes had changed from blue to orange, but still retained the silts. Then Kisame saw something that confused. Every few seconds, Naruto's seal would become transparent along with some other strange symbols, but then they would fade away. Naruto looked at the three he had just rescued. "See what you can do." Naruto gestured towards Haku and Zabuza and then pointed to the hole in the bridge. "Suigetsu is taking a swim." With that, Naruto turned his attention back to Kisame as he grabbed his broken arm. The area was filled with the sounds of cracking and snapping as Naruto's arm healed. Kisame watched in both fascination and excitement as Naruto flexed his newly healed arm. "Now we have some unfinished business, fish face." Naruto looked down at his glowing shroud and smiled. The power coming off of him felt good, but that wasn't why he was smiling. Memories from flooded Naruto's mind of the first time his brothers taught him how to use this power. XXX. Flashback. Kinkaku stood watching as Ginkaku and Naruto fought each other. After teaching Naruto about his own chakra nature, the boy took to the training, like a moth to a flame, but another more serious problem was arisen. Naruto was beginning to tap into his new Kyuubi chakra. Now, that wasn't much of a problem thanks to Kinkaku and Ginkaku, with the help of Kushina and Minato pulling the chakra away from the beast. The problem was that he was becoming increasingly more dangerous during their training sessions. The last time Kinkaku fought Naruto, he nearly lost an arm, but thanks to what little Kyuubi chakra that remained, he healed all right. "That's enough," Kinkaku shouted over the training session, which soon turned into a squabble between siblings. With a sigh, Kinkaku grabbed both Naruto and Ginkaku and pulled the two apart. Suigetsu chuckled behind Kinkaku, which earned him a glare. Ginkaku fixed his brother with a stare and knew what was about to happen. "Naruto, your next training session is with me." Kinkaku released the two and turned away. Naruto followed his brother, still wearing his smile. "So, what's the training?" Naruto asked as they stepped into a circle. Kinkaku turned and stared at Naruto. Naruto's smile slowly dropped as he realized what he was about to do. "I don't want to use it. What if I hurt you again?" Kinkaku shook his head as he approached Naruto. "You don't have a choice in this one, brother," Kinkaku muttered as he punched Naruto in the gut. Naruto collapsed but didn't pass out. Struggling, Naruto tried to stand, but Kinkaku grabbed the boy. Naruto looked at Kinkaku as a red aura began to slip over him. "We are fighting, and if you don't use that power, well, let's just say it won't end well." Kinkaku threw Naruto at the nearest building, but Naruto turned his body and landed on his feet. Kinkaku reappeared in front of him with an emotionless look in his eyes. Naruto avoided his next attack, but Kinkaku caught him with a kick. Naruto was sent skidding back with light burns on his arms. Ginkaku noted that even with his Kyuubi chakra being depleted with each passing month, his heart wasn't in the fight. "Come on!" Kinkaku shouted as he vanished and grabbed Naruto and swung him back to the building. Naruto at this felt a gentle pull on his mind, and before he could fight it, he blacked out. XXX. Naruto awoke to find himself in what appeared to be a sewer. Looking around, Naruto saw nothing but darkness except for a tiny bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Naruto slowly approached the light, only to find a giant cage. Naruto gazed into the tunnel as a red eye slowly slid open. So, my jailer is finally here, the growl voiced with hatred in its words. To think you are keeping me from crushing everything is pathetic. Who are you? The glowing eye narrowed as if thinking about whether to answer or try and devour Naruto. I'm the source of your new power, the beast answered as it growled. I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The shout rang off the walls as Kyuubi stood in the light, revealing what Naruto confused for a skeleton of a fox. Kyuubi examined Naruto until he gave the young boy a dismissive growl and rested on the ground. Despite himself, Naruto couldn't help but feel sorry for the creature. Kyuubi's eyes opened again when he saw Naruto sitting in front of his cage. Confused by what the boy was after, Kyuubi gave roar, but found Naruto still sitting there with a smile. What do you want? Kyuubi finally asked as it became apparent Naruto wasn't moving. I don't know what it is, Naruto started as he got up and grabbed the bars. But you look very lonely. Kyuubi just stared at the boy in front of him with a mixture of rage and confusion. Here was this child basically asking him was he lonely. Kyuubi glared at the boy as Naruto slowly looked towards the light source. I guess I talk to you later. Kyuubi had finally had enough. Who do you think you are? Kyuubi shouted in rage. Naruto turned as Kyuubi slammed his bony frame against the bars. I don't need someone to feel sorry for me. Naruto turned his confused frown in a smile once again. Don't be silly, Naruto chuckled as he walked towards the light once again. Everyone needs a friend for them to talk to. Kyuubi followed the boy through flint eyes. Naruto entered a separate room that contained a large ball of chakra floating on Tori. As Naruto slowly approached the ball, the chakra began to snake its way to Naruto. XXX. Kinkaku was about to dismiss his chakra when a pillar of yellow chakra that flickered like flames erupted out of the rubble. Kinkaku smiled as Naruto stood in his Kyuubi cloak with a smile on his face. I think I have better control this time. Naruto dropped into a low stance as Kinkaku did the same. Prove it, little brother. The two suddenly vanished, only to reappear, fists already inches from the other. The area exploded as the two forces collided. Ginkaku grabbed Suigetsu and placed himself in front of the shockwave. Even behind Ginkaku, Suigetsu could still feel the force of the shockwave. As the smoke and rubble settled, Naruto stood over Kinkaku. Blood gently dripped out of his mouth, but the man couldn't be happier. That's more like it. Naruto's look of fear turned into one of happiness as he hugged his brother. XXX. Flashback, and from that day on, Kinkaku and Ginkaku hammered Naruto until his control over the chakra was complete. Naruto stood across from Kisame as the chakra flames flickered around him. You made a grave mistake, Naruto warned as he vanished, leaving behind a small crater. Kisame whirled around, but the fist was already in his face. The force of the punch sent Kisame back all the way to the opposite side of the bridge, catching the attention of Itachi, Kakashi, and Kurenai. Your mistake was hurting someone's loved one. Before Kisame could answer, Naruto reappeared beside him, already sending in a kick that sent the man into the forest below. Itachi watched in fascination at the boy's control over Kyuubi's chakra. Suddenly, Naruto vanished only to reappear above the Uchiha. Itachi dodged Naruto's attack that sent cracks all across the bridge. Kurenai turned her attention to her students and fixed them all with a glare. I told you to stay at the house. The three looked away in shame, but Naruto spoke up. Don't worry, Naruto said in a calm voice. I need them to help Haku get Zabuza out of here. Kurenai looked at Naruto to object, but he fixed her with a stare. And I wouldn't mind if you helped them. Kurenai nodded her head as Naruto turned back to the Uchiha. A figure suddenly jumped next to Itachi, causing Naruto to growl. Kisame was still breathing, but now carried a giant wound on his chest. Kakashi stepped next to Naruto as he pulled out a kunai. Can you handle Itachi? Kakashi nodded, and without a wasted motion, Naruto was behind Kisame. Naruto's neared the back of Kisame's head, but pulled back as a fireball was fired at him. As Naruto jumped away from the attack, Itachi appeared in front of him. Kakashi went to intercept the Uchiha, but was cut off by Kisame. Itachi didn't bother to attack, but allowed Naruto get to a safe distance. "Sorry," Itachi apologized. "But your new opponent is me." Naruto's growl was as primal as the demon he carried. Itachi didn't take great pride in what Kisame did, but there was nothing Itachi could do about it. Itachi closed his eyes and sighed. "Give up." When Itachi opened his eyes, Naruto had already formed a Kyuubi-enhanced wind blade. "I never give up," Naruto growled as he stepped off the ground. The concrete Naruto was standing was torn off the bridge, revealing the metal underneath. Itachi turned around just as Naruto appeared, already swinging his blade. Naruto's blade nearly cut the bridge in two, but Itachi managed to escape the attack. Itachi's eyes narrowed as Naruto's wind blade seemed to wrap around the bridge, but was soon back to its blade. "So it retains its sharpness of wind chakra," Itachi thought as Naruto ended his jutsu. "But it wraps around whatever it hits like a flame." Itachi was cut off his train of thought as Naruto slowly approached the Uchiha with a puzzled expression. "It's not there," Naruto muttered. Itachi didn't show it, but Naruto's words confused him. With a quick movement, Naruto gestured to Kisame. "He has the killer instinct, but I can't sense a single negative emotion from you." Itachi kept his blank expression, but Naruto shook his head. Then, with a show of speed, both combatants charged towards each other, kunai drawn. As the two collided, Naruto pulled back some of his power, but the force was plenty to shatter Itachi's blade. In a blur, Naruto's hand grabbed Itachi by the throat and held him. Naruto took one good look at Itachi and smiled as he released his now fading body. "Genjutsu." Naruto turned around as crows began to fly together until they formed Itachi. The bridge was suddenly cleared of everything, leaving behind Naruto and the floating Itachi. "Pretty impressive," Itachi commented as his body fully formed. With a sigh, Naruto sat down on the bridge, surprising Itachi. The boy was still smiling even when he realized he was trapped. "Why are you so happy?" Naruto shrugged as he stretched. Itachi followed Naruto's gaze and saw him looking at the sun. "I lied, you know." Naruto finally spoke with an offered smile that Itachi didn't return. "I did sense one thing from you." Itachi tilted his head as Naruto continued. "I didn't sense anger, killer intent, or anything like that. What I sensed was sadness." Itachi's eyes widened as Naruto's orange eyes looked at him. "The question is, what are you so sad about?" Naruto went to stand, but found himself restrained by chains. As Itachi approached Naruto, the chains shattered. Itachi looked around him as the illusion slowly began to dissolve. As Itachi returned his eyes to Naruto, he saw the blonde already fading away. "See ya." Itachi shook his head and stared at Naruto, who was slowly looking around. "How?" Naruto turned his eyes to Itachi and smirked. "Genjutsu is a good idea when facing someone like me," Naruto started as he popped his neck. "But the problem is we aren't alone." Itachi's eyes widened as Naruto's seal flashed on his cloak. Just as Itachi was about to ask more, Kakashi landed next to Naruto as Kisame landed with Itachi. The four all exchanged looks as Naruto exhaled. Naruto suddenly hands soared through hand seals until he ended on the dog seal. The chakra surrounding Naruto suddenly began to expand until an explosion of smoke occurred. As the smoke cleared, standing in front of Naruto were 40 bunshins. The cloak that surrounded Naruto had vanished, but Naruto no longer needed it. Kisame smiled, but when he went to charge, Itachi placed a hand on his shoulder. "Think for a second," Itachi said in a level tone as Kisame turned his eyes on him. "Remember, he knows the Bunshin Daibakuha. Last time you were caught in one futon clone explosion." Kisame shrugged Itachi's hand off his shoulder and turned back towards his target. "What do you think will happen if he explodes all 40 at once?" This stopped Kisame as Naruto placed his hands together. Kisame and Naruto locked eyes, and that was all Naruto needed. The clones suddenly disappeared, only to reappear around the two men. Naruto's eyes held little emotion as he looked on. Die in the storm. With that, all 40 clones exploded into a cyclone of whirling blades. Kakashi brought his hands up to protect his face, as tiny fragments of the wind blades created nicks on his body. Kakashi stole a glance, and through a narrowed eye Kakashi's Sharingan caught each blade. The sight alone was terrifying, but the sound it was producing made Kakashi's teeth grit together. It was like a combination of metal being grinded against metal, and a loud screech. The bridge actually began to buckle and twist under the attack, causing the two to leave their positions. As Naruto and Kakashi landed on the edge of the bridge, the whirlwind finally began to die down. The aftermath of the technique was what surprised most of them. Nothing in the center of the bridge remained except for a giant hole that overlooked the water. Kakashi took his eyes off the scene just in time to catch Naruto. Naruto's breathing was labored and sweat was dripping down his face, but the boy still kept his smile. Kakashi just stood there and looked at the boy in his arms. Whatever Kinkaku and Ginkaku did, it made Naruto a powerful force, though their reprieve from the fight was short-lived. Naruto's eyes widened as Kisame and Itachi appeared in front of them. "That is quite the little trick," Itachi complimented as he studied the boy with an intense gaze. "But it looks like that was all you had," Naruto growled, but knew Itachi was right. Right now Naruto could barely move, let alone defend himself against these two. Kisame smiled at Naruto's struggle to stand, but alone two fall back. Itachi's eyes flashed towards the left of Naruto and Kakashi. "We're leaving." This statement shocked everyone, but just as Kisame went to argue, an arrow landed next to him. With a quick glance, Kisame saw the entire village standing there armed with various things. Tsunami stood in front holding along with her son, both of them holding crossbows. "Leave them alone," the mob shouted in unison, raising their weapons above their heads. Naruto couldn't decide who looked more surprised, Kisame or Tazuna. That was when Kisame went for the mob. Itachi anticipated his partner's actions and already stepped in front of him. "We are not causing unnecessary bloodshed." The two glared at each other as Itachi's eyes slowly morphed into his Mangekyo. This little action calmed the man down, but it was obvious the two of them were going to talk. Itachi turned his eyes back to Naruto as his eyes returned to normal. "You're one lucky boy, but next time you won't have so many people to protect you." With that statement, Itachi and Kisame vanished, leaving the destruction behind. Naruto, with the help of Kakashi, stood up and surveyed the area. His eyes fell on a sight that caused a throb of pain to course through his heart. Haku was kneeling next to Zabuza, but it was painfully clear the man wasn't going to make it. Kakashi nodded his head, knowing what Naruto wanted. The two walked towards the scene. "Don't you cry," Zabuza warned with as much strength he could muster. This only made Haku cry even more. Naruto heard a light splash and turned to see Suigetsu walking out of the water with a scowl on his face. Zabuza's eyes locked on Naruto and Suigetsu. "You two come he hear." Naruto and Suigetsu made their way to Zabuza. As Naruto neared, Zabuza's hand shot up and grabbed him by the shirt, but Naruto could feel it was a weak grip. Kakashi went to act, but Naruto held up his hand. "You are a strong one, but sometimes you can't help everyone." Zabuza's eyes dimmed as his life slowly faded. "But I can make sure she is safe through you." Naruto nodded his head as he looked at the broken Haku. Then Zabuza released his grip and allowed his hand to fall. Suigetsu flinched as Zabuza's eyes turned on him. "The last time I saw you, you were trying to join the Kiri no Shino Bigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." Zabuza's eyes fell on his broken blade and Naruto could see a faint smile under his bandages. "I guess it's time you wield the demon's sword." Suigetsu looked towards Zabuza's blade, but couldn't force his body to move to it. Instead, he stood over Zabuza and watched. Haku fell on Zabuza as she hugged him. Naruto could tell Zabuza wasn't used to this, but managed to place a comforting arm on Haku's back. "I'm sorry," Haku spoke through her tears. "It's my fault. I'm just a useless tool." Zabuza visible winced when Haku said this, but no one acted on it. "You weren't useless." Haku looked at Zabuza as the man smiled at her. "If it wasn't for you, I would have died in more ways than one. You helped me by being my companion though it all, and I couldn't have been more grateful to you, Haku." Haku's eyes widened as Zabuza laid his head back and finally died. The air around everyone grew cold. Haku started to shake and Naruto watched as Hinata gave the girl a gently hug. As she slowly picked Haku up, Naruto mouthed the words thank you to the Hyuga. Does anybody have a shovel? Naruto politely asked. A villager gently passed Naruto his shovel. Without even asking, Kakashi gently retrieved another shovel. The two then set to work trying to dig a grave for the deceased man. Kakashi watched Naruto struggle to push the shovel into the dirt, but then Haku grabbed the shovel. Naruto looked at her and saw the look she gave him. Naruto released his grip and Haku went to work to build a grave for her master. Naruto turned his eyes to Suigetsu, who had retrieved Zabuza's blade. He didn't deserve this. Suigetsu nodded as they watched the digging. Sometimes, things just happen, Suigetsu responded with a dead tone in his voice. Suigetsu turned to see Naruto fiddling with his pendant. As the Kakashi and Haku finished, they lowered Zabuza's body into the grave. Everyone watched in silence as they covered Zabuza's body and stood over his grave. Suigetsu stood up and placed Zabuza's sword on his back. Pulling out his katana, Suigetsu approached the gravesite. Haku watched as Suigetsu stabbed the sword into the ground above where Zabuza's head was. Every swordsman deserves a sword. As Suigetsu passed Haku, he gave her a gently pat. The villagers soon began to disperse, all looking at the bridge. I guess we still have some work to do, Tazuna laughed as he tried to lighten the mood. Nobody responded to Tazuna's words. Kakashi apologized to Tazuna for the bridge, but the old man just smiled. It's quite all right, but with Gato gone we can finally work in peace. Tazuna turned his eyes to Haku, who looked right back at him. And we have Zabuza to thank for that. Haku smiled, but she still had tears. With so few things left to say, everyone returned to Tazuna's house. XXX. Itachi felt Kisame's stare drill into him, but didn't bother to acknowledge it. Finally, Kisame grabbed Itachi and turned him around. What was that? Kisame questioned with rage. Itachi glanced at the hand Kisame placed on him, before shrugging it off. Without giving the man an answer, Itachi began to walk off, but stopped when Kisame gave off a roar of rage. The Uchiha sidestepped Kisame's swing, but when Kisame went for another, he found a kunai pressed against his back. Turning his head around, Kisame saw Itachi standing behind him with dead eyes. Answer the question. Itachi scoffed as he returned his kunai and walked away from his partner. Because that is why I'm with you? Itachi answered as Kisame followed, still glaring daggers at the Uchiha. You have a bad habit of killing anything that angers you. So what? Kisame answered back with a smile, showing off his teeth. I don't mind getting a little dirty. Unlike you. Itachi either didn't care or didn't want to respond to the jab, but continued speaking. Unnecessary killing brings a lot of attention to us. Itachi at this point stopped walking and turned towards his partner. That is the one thing Akatsuki doesn't need. This answer seemed to satisfy Kisame, but he was still unhappy. The two continued to walk, but stopped when the ground started to rise. A Venus flytrap slowly emerged out of the ground. So, you failed, Zetsu replied with a sarcastic attitude. Itachi didn't want to be bothered by the plant man and simply brushed past him. You see what you do, the other half of Zetsu commented, berating his white half. The plant man turned his attention on Kisame, who just stared at the plant. What? Zetsu held up his hands as Kisame snarled at him, before walking past. Looks like we touched a nerve, the white half replied, earning him a scoff from his black half. What is with this wee business? With that, the plant sunk back into the ground, leaving the area he had been untouched. XXX. Naruto stood on a hill as the sun slowly set over the bridge. A snap of a twig warned him of someone's approach. Turning his head, Naruto saw Hinata standing behind him. Hello? Naruto spoke with a kind tone, but his eyes were still troubled as he turned back. Taking this as a sign of acceptance, Hinata walked until she stood next to Naruto. Despite the power Naruto showed, it was almost disturbing to see him so troubled. A distant gaze was soon turned towards Zabuza's gravesite. I could have saved him, Naruto finally said as a dry chuckle came out. Hinata waited patiently as Naruto continued. I thought we could beat Kisame without using Kyuubi's chakra, but that was a foolish mistake. A mistake that cost Zabuza his life. Naruto's once bright eyes dimmed as he turned away from the grave. I don't like seeing needless killing. Hinata waited as she contemplated what to say. I don't know what I can say to help, Hinata confessed, but this brought a chuckle to the boy. His eyes were still dark with sadness, but there was a tiny light in them. I know what I can do though, Naruto announced with a wide grin on his face. I can honor Zabuza's final wish, protect Haku. Naruto and Hinata stared at one another, but before anything else could be said, Suigetsu interrupted. Hey, lovebirds! Suigetsu shouted, earning him a glare from Naruto and a blushing Hinata. The teams are about ready to leave and Naruto, Kakashi wants to talk with you. Naruto nodded his head, already knowing what Kakashi wanted to talk about. The three headed towards the house, but took their time admiring the calm of the air. As the three neared Tezuna's home, they saw everyone already outside waiting on them. Hinata's team all stared at her with curious eyes, but the Hyuga simply ignored them. Haku was standing beside Kakashi, who was giving Naruto a wave. Wasting no time, Naruto walked straight to Kakashi. Wanted to talk to me? Kakashi nodded, but motioned towards the other side of the house. Shrugging, Naruto followed after Kakashi. As they turned the corner, Kakashi turned around. So we're leaving for Konoha, Kakashi started in a wary tone, but Naruto continued to smile at him. And you want me to come along? Naruto finished, watching Kakashi nod his head. Naruto knew that refusing would have two results. 1, Kakashi would be hurt, and 2, he would be captured and dragged back. With a sigh, Naruto locked eyes with Kakashi. I'll come, but only if Haku and Suigetsu are allowed to join Konoha with me. Kakashi let out a breath. He didn't realize he was holding. Kakashi nodded his head and Naruto shook the man's hand. As the two rounded the house again, Naruto looked towards Haku and Suigetsu. I need to talk with you too. Haku and Suigetsu exchanged looks, but followed Naruto nevertheless. I understand if you don't want to come along, but I need to ask you guys. Who here wants to join Konoha? Suigetsu knew this was coming and was already prepared to join, but Haku was the wild card. The girl was still torn up about Zabuza's death, but with the help of Kurenai and Hinata, she was steadily improving. Haku was also having problems with opening up to anyone. I don't know, Haku answered as she looked away from Naruto. Haku stiffened as Naruto's hand fell on her shoulder. I gave Zabuza my word that I would protect you, Naruto replied as Haku stared up at him. Either you go with us or we stay. Haku slowly walked away from Naruto and headed towards Zabuza's grave. When Suigetsu went to follow, Naruto stopped him. Let her decide. With that, Naruto turned and walked away. XXX. Haku stood at Zabuza's grave with tears gently falling. Why did you have to die? Haku asked, but expected no reply. Memories gently flashed by Haku's eyes of her time with Zabuza. She remembered how he caught the snow bunny for her to keep. He helped her learn how to use her chakra. She finally remembered one last thing Zabuza said before the fight on the bridge. If I die, fight on and live, because if you die, that means I failed in seeing potential. It just hit her, the meaning in Zabuza's words. Zabuza didn't want her to grieve over him. He wanted her to keep going no matter what. Haku final let a smile show through as she stared down at the grave. As the sun final retreated and darkness fell, Haku sighed as a lone figure emerged. Tell Naruto I'll go. Suigetsu nodded, but didn't bother moving. Instead, he stayed where he was, offering the girl a kind smile. Haku returned the smile in kind and started down the hill towards Suigetsu. I won't forget you, Zabuza. I will get stronger for you. Haku's thoughts were trapped with the good memories of Zabuza and the strength he gave her. As the team set out, Naruto noticed how much happier Haku seemed to be. She had a smile on her face and seemed to glow. Naruto couldn't have been happier for the girl. The same could not be said for a certain Uchiha. After the bridge, something inside Sasuke seemed to snap. He was more drawn back than before and was shoving his team away from him. It didn't take a genius to figure out what he was thinking. Revenge. Sasuke was brewing in anger by his inability to avenge his clan and that his own team pulled him back. This worried everyone, but Kakashi knew exactly what he was going to do. If there was anyone Sasuke that could control Sasuke better than Kakashi, it was Mikoto. There was also the problem with Naruto. Once the group enters Konoha, there could be a chance of Naruto getting recognized. Kakashi had to make sure Naruto stayed hiding at least until they met the Hokage. For that reason, Kakashi had Naruto wear a cloak that obscured most of his face. Kakashi looked at his ward and narrowed his eye at him. "Remember this, Naruto?" Kakashi warned with a tone of seriousness in his voice. "Don't make any sudden moves to the Hokage. If you make a threatened move, I will have to act." Naruto's smile was visible beneath the hood as he turned his head towards the man.
No worries. Naruto reassured.
"I have no quarry with your Hokage." Naruto walked ahead of Kakashi to catch up with Suigetsu and Haku. Kurenai noticed Kakashi was in conflict with himself. "What's wrong?" Kakashi turned his lone eye on his fellow Jonin. "He's my sensei's son," Kakashi stated with a troubled voice. "But he spent all this time with Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Who knows what those two did to Naruto?" Kurenai thought about this for a few seconds before responding. "What does your gut tell you?" Kakashi just stared at Kurenai, who smiled back. "Sometimes your gut is a better judge than your brain." With that, Kurenai walked off, leaving Kakashi to meddle with his own thoughts. In truth, Kurenai's words helped the man, but did little to settle his training from his training in the ANBU. His gut was telling him that Naruto wasn't a danger, but his brain was screaming that he should be restrained. Naruto seemed to realize Kakashi's distress and gave the man another smile. Everyone watched as Naruto walked towards the Jonin. He then held out his hands, startling everyone. "I can sense emotions," Naruto replied with merry tone in his voice. "If it makes you feel better, you can restrain my arms." Kakashi's eyes searched the boy, but there was no sign of deceit. The only thing he saw was a smiling and honest face. With a sigh, Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder and walked off. "I've made my choice, but remember my warning." Naruto's grin turned more fox-like as his eyes glowed beneath his hood. "I understand," Naruto spoke as he walked with the group once more. As the group continued to walk, Naruto noticed Sasuke staring at him. His eyes were narrowed so much they looked like slits. "Can I help you?" Sasuke just continued to stare at the Uzumaki, but relaxed his glare. Naruto turned back to the road ahead, but kept on the ready just in case. XXX. Konoha soon came into view with its gates open, like it was welcoming everyone. Everyone was ecstatic to be back home, but three felt out of place within this happiness. Haku, Naruto, and Suigetsu glanced around at the foreign environment. Hinata turned to find Naruto without his smile, but instead with a curious look in his eyes. Naruto noticed Hinata looking at him and gave the Hyuga a wide grin. Hinata returned the smile in kind. As the group entered the Konoha, Naruto stopped to survey his surroundings. After spending time with Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Naruto learned to take in his surroundings and find the quickest escape route, just in case. That was when the sound reached the ears of everyone. It was a faint tapping sound, like wood on concrete. Everyone turned towards the sound to find Danzo looking directly at Naruto. "Welcome back." Naruto gently took off his hood, realizing he was discovered. "You gave us all quite a scare, little fox." Naruto's eyes widened as several ANBU appeared around him. Suigetsu went to help, but was stopped by a firm hand from Kakashi. Suigetsu turned his eyes to the Jonin, but found him just as confused as he was. Naruto's eyes slowly glanced around the area as a smile crept into his features. 13. Naruto finally uttered the number with an amused tone. 5 are around me." Naruto gestured to the group around him, but then pointed to the rooftops. "The others are hiding among the rooftops." Slowly, the ANBU revealed themselves to the Uzumaki, realizing their cover was blown. Kakashi looked towards the old war hawk with a small glare. "How did you know we had Naruto?" Kakashi questioned, but didn't receive an answer from the man. The elder simply swept past the group and walked towards Naruto. The council will be called. Danzo watched as Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. With a swift motion, Naruto's hands were bound behind his back by the ANBU. His fate will be decided then. Danzo turned and walked away with the ANBU following him. The Konoha group didn't know what to make of what they saw. Suigetsu growled and began to follow the ANBU. With a quick look around, Kakashi saw everyone else wanted to do. They all followed after Suigetsu and the now captured Naruto. Kakashi looked down and saw Sai actually look nervous. A hand fell on Sai's shoulder and the young man looked into Kakashi's eye smile. It's okay. Sai was startled as the man walked on. He betrayed Kakashi's trust and yet the man forgave him. Sai noticed Kakashi had stopped a few feet from him. With a glance up, Kakashi motioned for the boy to follow. Despite everything, Sai followed his sensei to the council meeting. XXX. As the teams entered the council room, they saw Naruto chained to the floor, but the boy was still one big smile. The other door burst open, revealing an angry-looking Hokage. Danzo! Sarutobi shouted in rage. What is the meaning dash? Sarutobi stopped when he noticed the boy bound to the ground. Naruto? The boy in question turned his eyes to the man. Last I checked, that was my name. Naruto chuckled as pulled on his chains. I wish we could have met on more hospitable conditions. Sarutobi couldn't believe his eyes. Right in front of his eyes was the boy that was kidnapped years ago. Suddenly the other doors opened, revealing the clan heads. One by one the clan heads saw the Uzumaki and each had a look of shock. But the most surprised look came from Mikoto. The moment she entered the room and saw Naruto, she stopped. He wasn't hard to recognize. He still had the whisker marks and looked like his father. Sarutobi knew what was about to happen and stood in front of the Uchiha. Mikoto, I know, Sarutobi quietly muttered as the woman stood shocked at the boy in front of her. I'll talk to Danzo and see what's going on here. Mikoto finally accepted that she was being told to sit. Sarutobi then turned back to the bandaged elder. Now, Danzo spoke in a calm and calculated voice. The room grew quiet as the elder stood up with his eye on Naruto. We are here to discuss the return of Naruto Uzumaki. That was when Sarutobi stepped in front of Danzo's view. What are you talking about? Sarutobi demanded with a fire in his eyes. First off, you don't have the power to call a meeting like this. The two stared at each other for a few seconds as everyone looked on. Second, Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. A simple motion, but it gave him the result he wanted. Please forgive me, Hokage-sama. Danzo spoke with a faux politeness. The more and more the man talked, the more Naruto disliked him. It was almost like he was trying to integrate himself into everything. But I had to act. Who knows who had this child? Danzo gestured to the chained Uzumaki, who yawned. He could have been trained in anything. In fact, he could have allowed himself to be brought here. With a skeptical look, Sarutobi looked down back at Naruto. For what purpose? To gain intelligence on Konoha, Danzo answered slowly before adding his final words. Or to assassinate you. This caused eerie silence to fall around the council room. This never seemed to occur to anyone. This didn't sit well with some people, though. The Konoha group, that Naruto helped, stood stunned at the accusation, and Mikoto looked appalled. That was when Kakashi made his voice heard. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. That was when the council finally noticed the other group, standing behind the Uzumaki. Sarutobi finally took his eyes off of Danzo. If it wasn't for Naruto, we wouldn't be here right now. This statement didn't seem to persuade anyone. Just when Kakashi was about to go on, he heard a light chuckle. Don't bother, Naruto stated with an amused smile. Just the simple fact that Naruto was smiling under his current conditions increased the council's worry. Naruto yanked on his chains, causing the wood to be pulled up. This resulted in ANBU surrounding the boy with blades pointed at his throat. I'm pretty much under their control. Naruto let out a sigh as he relaxed against his confines. With this action, Danzo decided to gain the attention once more. We need to interrogate him. Mikoto's eyes shot open as her Sharingan instinctively activated. What are you suggesting? Makoto question boomed off the council walls. With a side glance, Danzo fixed her with his lone eye. He needs to be checked in case he is dangerous, Danzo informed with a mild tone that was bordering on irritation. Danzo fixed Naruto with his eye. By any means necessary. This statement came to no surprise. When it came to it, Danzo would get what he wanted or needed. The only one who wasn't in an agreeing mood was Naruto. The boy, at the sound of Danzo's sentence, was nothing more than a giant growl. Everyone could feel Naruto's threatening vocalizations through the floor. Danzo made a motion towards the blonde councilman. See what you can find, Inoichi. The man now called Inoichi gave a grave nod as he approached the boy. Though he was still growling, Naruto gave the man smug grin. Nothing you do is going to make me say anything. Naruto's certainty in his voice caused an amused smile to appear on Inoichi's features. You don't have to say anything. The confusion in Naruto's eyes left him when Inoichi's hand burned with blue chakra. Naruto then scanned Inoichi's features until he realized who he was. Shit! Before Naruto could move back, Inoichi grabbed the boy's head, stopping his struggle. As Naruto's body finally went limp, everyone knew Inoichi was in. XXX. Memories flooded in front of Inoichi's eyes. As each memory went by, Inoichi steadily became more and more concerned. Naruto was trained by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Inoichi pushed harder as Naruto's mind tried to push the Yamanaka out. Just as Naruto's mind began to give, Inoichi found himself looking around a sewer system. Where am I? A deep growl-like chuckle came from behind Inoichi. Inoichi turned around and stared into the eyes of Kyuubi. As Inoichi took a step back, Kyuubi made its move. The great beast released a roar that shook the very foundations of the sewer system. Inoichi brought his arms up instinctively, but a quick look at his arm, he knew what was happening. Kyuubi is pushing me out of Naruto's mind. Inoichi tired to stand his ground, but Kyuubi quickly squashed this. A shadow fell over Inoichi as he glanced upwards. Kyuubi slammed its paw on the ground right where Inoichi was standing. XXX. Inoichi opened his eyes to find himself staring at a pair of orange eyes. With a sudden burst of chakra, Naruto shattered the wood holding the chains to the ground. Everyone shielded themselves as wood pieces flew and embedded themselves into the walls. Inoichi jumped away from the boy as Kyuubi's chakra cocooned him. Naruto stood to his full height as his chakra cascaded off of him. Don't do that again, Naruto uttered the threat as his eyes narrowed. The ANBU decided at that moment to attack Naruto. With a swing of his arm, Naruto used the chain meant for his restraint to blast the ANBU away. He was captured and trained by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Inoichi stated, receiving nothing more than utter chaos. Every clan head got into battle post-ions, except for Makoto, who stared into Naruto's eyes. His eyes looked sad, Makoto thought to herself as Shikaku's shadow shoot towards the boy. Naruto watched with flint eyes as the shadow connected with his. But just as Shikaku tired to move Naruto, the boy snarled. To the surprise of everyone, saw Shikaku's shadow begin to shrink. He's pushing my jutsu back, Shikaku shouted out. Naruto stood his ground as Tsume was about to charge. I don't want to fight, Naruto mumbled as Tsume jumped off her position. But on her way down, Kakashi appeared in front of her. Tsume stopped her attack and landed in front of the man. Naruto's eyes trailed up until he was looking at the back of Kakashi's head. Kakashi, what are you doing? Kakashi stole a slight glance to his sensei's child, and Naruto watched his expression soften. I'm fulfilling my promise, Kakashi stated plainly as he turned back to the council. The look in his eye made it plain to everyone. He wasn't moving. I failed to protect my sensei's son. I won't fail again. This statement seemed to shake quiet a few people, but Danzo decided to use this. So, you would help a boy who could have a mission to kill our Hokage? Kakashi fixed Danzo with the coldest glare he could give. Then Naruto saw Kakashi take a glance back at him. I trust Naruto, Kakashi spoke as he held out his arms, gesturing to the whole council. If it wasn't for Naruto and Suigetsu, Hinata, Sasuke, Kurenai, none of us would be here. This statement seemed to intrigue the council as they eased up. Hayashi especially was interested in hearing more. What are you talking about? Kakashi turned his eye towards Sarutobi. On our way to Nami, we encountered a certain man. Kakashi started off telling the story of Gekizai and how they were poisoned. He then went to explain how Naruto and Suigetsu came in and saved them all. Then we encountered a new problem. Kakashi looked at the ground for a second as he took a breath. Itachi and Kisame came to Nami. The room went dead quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Kakashi took this as a go-ahead to finish his tale. After explaining the rest of the story, Zabuza's death and Naruto, Suigetsu and Haku's assistance, Kakashi stopped talking. Naruto took this opportunity to scan the facial expression of everyone. Some were too shocked to believe that Naruto actually fought against S-rank missing Nin and was still alive. Others didn't really know if to believe Kakashi or attack again. To Naruto, this became a waiting game. He knew if he moved wrong, he would be attacked. A cough from Sarutobi brought everyone's attention back to the elder Hokage. So Naruto helped you? Sarutobi spoke softly, and Naruto already knew where this was going. But what if this was a ploy to get closer to Konoha? It's no great secret that Kinkaku and Ginkaku hated Konoha as much as Kumo. That's not true, Naruto interjected with a slight twinge of anger in his voice. My brothers despised Kumo more than Konoha. At the word brothers, everyone became confused. Seeing this, Naruto heaved a sigh of irritation. Kinkaku and Ginkaku are my brothers. This statement received uproar from the council members. The only two that didn't react harshly were Mikoto and Sarutobi. What do you mean? Sarutobi questioned, but feared what the answer might be. Deep down, Sarutobi knew what he had to do, but he couldn't bring himself to act. Not just yet. Minato would have given someone the chance. They raised me? Naruto smiled at this simple statement, but his narrowed eyes made it clear he wasn't happy. The cause of it was the looks of horror on the council faces. Now, I don't want you thinking they were bad, because in truth they saved me. Naruto waved his arm out towards Konoha, but his glare never left his eyes. They told me how all Jinchuriki are treated. By kidnapping me, that prevented the mistreatment I would have received. No one could find an argument to the young boy's words. It's true, they weren't the greatest role models, but they were family, damn it. We always protected the other regardless of the danger. If that means I'm to be put in a jail cell, so be it, but I will not betray my brothers. With his words finished, Naruto stared up at the council and waited for their response. Hayashi gently stood up and walked down the stairs towards the boy. Turning his eyes towards the Hyuga head, Naruto stood his ground. A casual stare was all Hayashi gave the boy, before turning his eyes towards his daughter. Is it true? Confused, Hinata stared at her father until she spoke. Is what true, father? Hinata questioned back. Did this boy save you? Hayashi watched as his daughter nodded her head before turning back to Naruto. I don't trust you, but my daughter is another story. With that, Hayashi returned to his seat, but not before whispering something into Sarutobi's ear. Whatever the man said, he received a curt nod from the Hokage. Naruto, we can't let you in. This sentence incited anger from the teams, but stopped when the old man raised his hand. That was when they saw the twinkle in his eyes. Unless you answer my questions, and just as a precaution, Hayashi will make sure you are not lying. Naruto turned his eyes to the Hyuga and saw his Byakugan active. An uneasy air fell among the various people as they awaited Naruto's answer. With a sigh, Naruto nodded his head, but did so reluctantly. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto stated, still staring at the floor with a scowl on his face. What do you want with Konoha? I guess have a place to stay. Sarutobi looked up at Hayashi, and the Hyuga gave the elderly Hokage a nod. Next question. This time the tone in Sarutobi's voice changed. What did Kinkaku and Ginkaku teach you? This seemed to perk some of Naruto's interest as the boy looked Sarutobi in the eyes. The stare lasted for a few seconds, but Sarutobi could see Naruto mulling over the idea of answering the question. After what felt like hours, Naruto finally responded. They taught me many things. Naruto's vague answer brought a smile to his face. The confused and worried faces of the council members were something he could share with his brothers when they meet again. Along with teaching my nature chakra, they also taught me how to use it, as Kakashi has already explained. Sarutobi nodded, but didn't comment on the fact Naruto seemed to be holding back. Is that all? Naruto gritted his teeth, knowing full well he couldn't lie with Hayashi watching him. No, Naruto answered with a gritted smile. But I'm not in a mood to tell you all my secrets. This answer seemed to please the Hokage as he gently took a chair and sat down. I have one last question, Naruto. Naruto nodded his head as Sarutobi went on. Where are Kinkaku and Ginkaku no? The temperature in the room dropped like a stone at that moment. Everyone heard the sound of wood cracking as Naruto's grip tightened on the woodined floor. I have no idea. That was when Hayashi stood up, giving Sarutobi the signal. You know you can't lie here, Sarutobi stressed with an honest voice. Naruto's silted eyes turned towards the Hokage just as they flashed orange. This was a warning from Naruto, a subtle one, but a warning nonetheless. Remember my words from before? Naruto whispered in a low tone. Nodding his head, Sarutobi leaned back into his chair as he studied the boy. Everything Naruto said was true. He only lied when it placed his brothers in danger. That proved Naruto was willing to die to protect the ones he cared about, but worrisome thing was who he cared about. Sarutobi stole a furtive glance out the window. His eyes found the one thing that made his mind up, Minato's stone carving. Once Sarutobi smiled, everyone knew he made up his mind. Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi stood up to his full height and stared the boy down. All three of you will be watched and your skills will be tested, but understand this. One wrong mistake and I'll take care of you myself. Naruto smiled as Danzo's face grew pale as he realized what this meant. Welcome to Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, Haku, and Suigetsu. This elected quite the commotion from the council, some happy and others worried, but only one looked through it all with a dark glimmer in his eyes. What makes him so special? Sasuke grumbled to himself as his fist clenched until blood gently fell to the floor. Itachi, why are you so interested in him? Danzo tapped his cane on the floor, gaining the attention of the council as he stared at Sarutobi. May I make a suggestion on who should test this team? Danzo spoke with an eased calmness, but Sarutobi wasn't fooled. He knew that this decision was eating Danzo up inside. No, Sarutobi answered as he turned his back on Danzo, but continued to speak. I know the perfect person to test this three. The council waited as Sarutobi paused before continuing. My student Jiraiya, the Gamma Sennin. The room was once again quiet as Jiraiya's name reverberated off the walls, as if like it was heard across the mountains. Kinkaku and Ginkaku took a great amount of time telling Naruto all the strongest ninja they ever heard of. Jiraiya was one of them. In one way, Naruto was happy to prove his prowess against such a strong ninja, but on the other side of the spectrum, he didn't look forward to the battle. There was one good thing on the horizon that came from Sarutobi. Jiraiya will be here tomorrow. Sarutobi glanced at the three that was soon to be tested. That gives you a day to train. Now we need to discuss where to place you. Almost immediately Sarutobi's eyes fell on Mikoto. The Uchiha smiled at Sarutobi as she stood up. I have plenty of room at the Uchiha compound, Mikoto announced, receiving looks of disbelief from two sources. Sasuke stared at his mom as if she grew two heads, but Danzo looked like he was ready to kill. That is if it's okay with you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi took a stance as if he was thinking the idea over, but in reality, he already had his answer. Agreed. Sarutobi's answer came to no one's surprise, but it still didn't calm Danzo a bit. Naruto, Haku, and Suigetsu will stay at the Uchiha compound with an ANBU squad posted around the clock. This seemed to settle the other council members as they leaned back into their seats, but still gave the boy a weary glance. The entire time Naruto's eyes reflected the same emotion,